The hearing will begin shortly. La séance débutera sous peu. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now in session. Commissioner Og is presiding. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est en cours. Le commissaire Og préside. The time is 9:33 a.m. Il est 9h33.
Alors, bonjour tout le monde. Bonjour.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Prime Minister. Councillor Chaudhry, you are starting this morning. So I invite you to proceed with your interrogation. Thank you. I'm Chantal Chaudhry for the Commission.
Morning is the Prime Minister, Justin Trudeau. I'll ask if the witness be sworn or affirmed.
Okay, Monsieur le Premier ministre, pourriez-vous, s'il vous plaît,
Mr. Prime Minister, could you indicate your full name and spell your surname for the transcription? Justin Trudeau, Trudeau. Thank you. And for the affirmation, do you swear to tell the truth, all the truth, and nothing but the truth? I do. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Prime Minister. As usual, we'll start the morning with the routine housekeeping. So we have 3 interview and examination summaries to enter into evidence. Rather than going one by one, I'll just read out the doc IDs and ask you to confirm them. So the doc IDs are WIT 106, which is the PM's Stage 2 interview summary, WIT 164, which is the Prime Minister's Stage 2 in-camera hearing summary, and WIT 160, which is an addendum to the Prime Minister's Stage 1 in-camera hearing summary. So, Prime Minister, I'll ask you to confirm that you've reviewed these documents, that they are accurate, and that you adopt them as part of your evidence before the Commission.
I have, they are, and I do.
Okay. And of course, with the caveat, these are publicly disclosable summaries of proceedings that took place in a classified space. Okay, so we have 2 hours this morning and quite a lot of material to get through. We'll start with some things with which you're quite familiar already, information flow to the Prime Minister. So I'll ask you to start with the mechanics of information flow. In Stage 1 of the Commission's proceedings, you told us that you would receive intelligence in writing, daily or weekly, but that the primary way of informing you, and by the NSIA and the intelligence community, if they really wanted you to know something, would be by briefing you orally. We understand that since then there have been some changes to the system, so can you explain how you now receive intelligence, what the changes have been, and any benefits or drawbacks?
Through the first years that I was Prime Minister, I received, as you say, daily or weekly summaries or snippets prepared for the Prime Minister and the office. And when things were put in front of me, I would read them. But as you say, most of the time, the more serious information would be briefed in person with the National Security Advisor at that point. Through the pandemic, things changed through the work that we've done significantly through both commissions, but also through complex times. We've settled on a new model where about once a week, usually on Monday mornings, I receive a package of secure information with a national security officer in the room with me to oversee and handle the documents, where I go through both summaries and in some cases a certain amount of more detailed raw material or at least primary analysis. Takes me about 45 minutes to an hour on given days, and that's sort of the regular baseline. Some of it is incredibly highly classified, some of it is slightly more routine. But on top of that, usually at least once a week, I end up sitting down in a secure room with advisors and officials to talk through some of the more germane or difficult or contentious or urgent intelligence that is being worked on or received at any given moment.
Okay. And how's the new system working for you? So the weekly reading period plus the briefings?
It is working well. the consuming of information in that weekly briefing is really just that. I will sometimes ask for follow-up questions on this issue or that issue, or verify that, okay, this seems very serious. Reassure me that everyone is taking this very seriously and acting on it, and the client relations officer, or CRO, will do that. But if there are specific questions I have for the client relations officer, usually they will be answered to me in the next meeting I have with the NSIA. Or sometimes there'll be an addendum or a specific document that will be handed to me the following week in answer to the questions I have. In general, I tend to prefer to be able to challenge and ask questions right away of the NSIA, of people in positions of authority or power, to be able to, or influence over the actual collection and operations, to be able to ask them for more details than sometimes comes out. So I tend to prefer those in-person briefings, but having that baseline of a weekly session with a vast range of information is very useful.
Okay. Speaking more substantively now in terms of what intelligence is brought to your attention specifically, there's been a lot of discussion in the Commission's proceedings, you may know, about whether or not certain intelligence has reached you, certain information, and whether it should have. And there's also been a lot of discussion about the vast universe of intelligence and information that's out there. One figure we've heard is 70,000 products produced by or published by the Canadian intelligence community per year. So assuming you're not going to read the 70,000, and though not all 70,000 will come into your attention, what is it that you expect to see? What is it that you need to see as Prime Minister?
I need to see information that is germane to my role as Prime Minister. And that means things that are directly impacting or threatening Canadians, things that are linked to particular policy decisions we need to make as a government, whether in an approach to a particular issue or region of the world, or indeed country, or whether it's looking at improvements that need to be made in our national security legislation or agencies, things where there are perhaps gaps highlighted or tools that would be necessary to act on to combat new threats around disinformation or misinformation that certainly nobody was thinking of 20 years ago to the same degree, or information that's particularly germane if I'm going to a G7 or a NATO meeting or a G20 where I will be interacting with various leaders. Are there things that I need to know about them that are relevant for our interactions or our potential interactions? I guess in general, I mean, I have to trust, and I do, the intelligence officials, and more specifically, my national security and intelligence advisor, to make determinations on what it is that I need to see as a summary, what I need to see as a full analysis, or what I might even need to see in raw intelligence. And over the years of working with NSIAs, I would say that they have gotten very good at knowing what it is that I already know about, what it is that I'm particularly interested in and I'm going to ask more questions about, and what it is that I really should see the raw intel and an evaluation of. The source is, it's a single source but reliable, or a single source and somewhat unreliable, but the information is so explosive that you should have it in your brain. That sort of frame is very much why I have a national intelligence and security and intelligence advisor, to be able to know, okay, the PM already knows about, the point of this document. We don't need to give him the full document. I can simply apprise it on him, and he can spend his time digging into these other more relevant or newer pieces of information that will complete his understanding of the threats and realities faced by Canada and Canadians.
Okay, so the primary responsibility then for making sure that you do have what you need to know and maybe don't have what you don't need to know, or that you don't spend your time on the wrong things, that falls to the NSIA, as you've said.
I would say the primary repository of those decisions is the NSIA, but there are a number of others who will flag that. Sometimes it's my foreign policy and defense advisors, Patrick Travers, or others in my office who will see a larger range of information than I do because they have a specific task on that one area, whereas I'm covering all policy areas for this country. They will dig in and say, okay, the PM really should see this because it's particularly relevant for these reasons that are perhaps not, perhaps more political reasons that the NSIA, looking at it from an official lens, wouldn't have. In some cases, the clerk of the Privy Council will flag things for me, or the director of CSIS in meetings with him, he will say, no, you really should follow up on this or that. But in general, the filter through which everything goes is the NSIA, with whom I need to have a very close relationship, with whom I do, and a bond of not just trust in the judgment that she puts forward on what I should see or what I shouldn't see, but she needs to have a pretty good idea of the things I know about, the things I need to know more about, and the things that are going to be of particular interest or importance to me.
Okay, that's fair. So it's not just the NSIA.
No, but it's primarily the NSIA, as you said.
Fair enough. But so it's a close two-way working relationship then.
Very, very.
And we've also heard that the part of the NSIA's role is to sort of play a convening role within the national security community. So it's a significant role. And there have been suggestions made, for instance, in the NCERA report, that the role should be formalized in a legal instrument. We've also heard talk in these commission's proceedings from the clerk, I believe, who suggested the idea of a mandate letter, perhaps. What are your thoughts on that?
Over the course of the years that I've been Prime Minister, we've had a number of different changes to the National Security Advisor role. One of the changes I made reasonably early on was actually adding National Security and Intelligence Advisor, because it wasn't just about security. Intelligence was becoming more and more important in our approach. But from one NSIA to the next, there were significant changes in the threat environment around us, in the composition of the senior ranks of the public service and the different roles. When Ian Shugart was my clerk, he came at that role with such a deep and expert understanding of international issues, of intelligence issues, that he played a role not just as a clerk, but as a significant national intelligence and security advisor to me, just as through his capabilities and personality, and therefore the actual NSIA I had at that point had a slightly different role than in other times where the clerk wasn't as much of a national security focused individual and had other qualities, and the National Security Advisor was really the person who was centered around that for me. So those natural variations, and, for example, the fact that right now my National Security and Intelligence Advisor is also Deputy Clerk of the Privy Council, which I think is very useful in this case, isn't necessarily automatically something every future Prime Minister would want. Therefore, the idea of bounding in very prescriptive legislation, the role of a national security and intelligence advisor, I think would be probably less flexible than the role actually requires, because the most important part of the role is that the individual be empowered and connected to the Prime Minister in the right way, but also able to command the town or the intelligence agency's respect and be able to convene. So some of the things we've done to strengthen and almost codify that role are around the creation of the National Security Council, which is more of a strategic convening of ministers and top officials to look forward around larger issues as opposed to an IRG, incident response group, which is to respond to a specific incident. This is a more strategic look, and the role of the National Security and Intelligence Advisor is to be the secretary to that council, the same way the clerk of the Privy Council is also secretary to cabinet. It's a role that gives them an official lever in convening and controlling the work done at that particular table, whether it be a cabinet for the clerk or the NSC for the NSIA. So that has already strengthened and codified to a certain extent the role of the NSIA. But we have found that publishing mandate letters that delineate clearly my expectations of what, in most cases, ministers, which is what they're directed at, are expected to do and what authorities they have and how they're expected to function, has been incredibly useful, a tool that is very bespoke for the moment you're in and the kind of organization that your government has particularly set up. Publishing the mandate letters means that the public knows clearly what is expected of these individuals. Journalists and academics can dig into whether a particular official or minister is fulfilling their role as expected and how they're doing on that. But the most important use of the mandate letters we've actually found is internal to government themselves. We find that public servants in various departments regularly consult the mandate letters that we have published so that they know exactly what the minister is responsible for, what they're actually trying to do. And a mandate letter for the National Security and Intelligence Advisor would seem to me to be an excellent use of both empowering and clarifying the expectations of a given government at a given moment in a public way, but also an accountable way.
So that would be a way to maybe give some structure without compromising on flexibility?
I wouldn't say that, because it's not the mandate letter that gives the structure. The way we set up the office, the way we task and empower various parts of government is inherent. The mandate letter would would reveal that structure and give direction on the outcomes that we want to have. And I think that's where it could be useful.
Okay. I'm going to come back to the National Security Council because it's something I want to discuss in more depth. But before that, and before leaving the topic of information flow more generally, there's a couple of intelligence products that have come up repeatedly in the Commission's proceedings that I want to ask you about. One is called the targeting paper. And so this one is, just to introduce it briefly, a document that was drafted by CSIS in 2021 about the PRC's essentially targeting of Canadian political actors for influence operations. And it wasn't published in 2021. It was published in 2023 and circulated to a small number of public servants. There was a second, more sanitized version with, for instance, names removed, produced of it, and the intention was that would be circulated more widely. And we've heard from the CSIS director, Mr. Vigneault, former director, that in his view, that should have been provided to you. So last time we broached this topic, Prime Minister was in camera, and at that time you'd never seen the targeting paper at all, and I understand that you now have. Okay.
Yes.
Having seen it now, do you have any views on whether it's something that should have come to your attention in 2023?
Well, one of the reflections I have on how this sort of piece of analysis has caused so much reflection around this commission and various chatter is the phrase targeting paper by China is fairly alarming. What the targeting paper actually talks about is that China has broadly classified into 3 different groups parliamentarians in their diplomatic activities, some as being positive towards China and perhaps there to engage in constructive ways, others who are neutral or convincible to be more positive towards China, to show up at various events, and others who have demonstrated themselves to be more antagonistic to the Communist Party of China's government by speaking out strongly on the Uyghur issue or on human rights in Hong Kong or on various other of the issues that China doesn't like people to discuss publicly and criticize them on. The fact that Chinese diplomats are categorizing MPs in their outreach abilities into those 3 categories is not itself particularly revelatory to me or new information to me. It is fairly obvious, and it is part of what diplomats do in every country around the world. I mean, when we are busy fighting to defend or renegotiate NAFTA with the United States under the Trump administration a few years ago, we had very clear lists of, okay, this Republican governor could be very helpful to us. This one is going to be a challenge, so let's stay away from them or try and come at them or try to neutralize their influence on others. That's just part of diplomacy right there. I will say that having read the targeting paper in detail now, there were some interesting factoids or tidbits in there that I said, oh, okay, that's interesting. None of them significantly altered at all my perception of China's behavior, China's focus, China's engagement, influence, and in some cases interference in Canada to any significant degree. And I count on my national security and intelligence advisor to look at various products to make a determination whether or not they are ready to go to the Prime Minister. I think in both of these cases, the papers were the other special report that you're going to be talking about in a moment were not in a final form according to the NSIA, and therefore there wasn't a decision made to pass it along to me. I have to trust the NSIA's judgment, as I said before, in knowing what is going to be useful for me, what is going to be an appropriate use of the 10 or 15 minutes worth of time that would take to go over a document like this, whether it adds to my knowledge or whether there, in those 10 or 15 minutes that she has to submit other information to me, there is more germane or more relevant information that she thinks would be a better use of my time. The determination was made in the case of this targeting paper, or the targeting paper didn't get to me because of decisions made by the NSIA or not made by the NSIA in terms of not choosing to pass it along. And I have faith, having looked at the papers, that it was indeed the right decision by the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, that it wasn't a document that significantly added in a relevant way to my understanding of the situation.
Okay. Just for clarity of the record, the evidence we actually heard from the NSIA at the time, Jody Thomas, was that she never received the final version. So she never even made that decision that it wouldn't go up to you. But so you brought out a couple of interesting themes in that answer, and one of which, yes, you've been paying attention, because the next document I was going to ask you about is the PCO special report. So why don't I go there, and then I'll ask you some more general questions about the 2 of them. So the special report then was the product produced by IAS, the PCO Intelligence Assessment Secretariat, late 21, early 2022. And this was, for everyone's benefit, drafted in collaboration with CSIS and essentially an overview of PRC foreign interference activities in Canada. This, as you've said, is one that wasn't finalized and ultimately never reached you and that you have now read. So in that time period where this was under discussion would be winter, spring 2022. And now having read it again, and you may have given part of this answer already, but is that something you would have wanted to have at that time? And are there any problems ensuing from the fact that you did not receive it then?
Again, there were elements and facts and examples in there that I had not seen before. But the overview and the pulling together of information, while useful, I'm sure, for people who were coming at this without the kind of regular briefings that I got, could have been very useful. I don't feel that there was anything in there that I didn't already understand and know about how China was engaging across different fields in Canada. It wasn't particularly new. It was a very useful and good piece of work that combined and compiled everything. And for someone new to the job would have been extraordinarily important. Even not just new to the job of Prime Minister, new to a role in the office, or trying as an introductory level of okay, now you need to understand this. But it was a compendium of many themes that I have been grappling with over the past number of years in regards to China. And I, again, feel that the NSIA was justified in not feeling that it was imperative that they put it rapidly on my desk, particularly because, as you say, it wasn't yet in its final form.
Okay. We're actually going to move to I'll come back to some of the questions I was going to ask you in themes around that, but I'm going to move to a different topic for now, which is unclassified briefings to parliamentarians. And for this, I'll ask the court registrar to pull up COM 363, please. And if we can scroll down to paragraph 126. Prime Minister, for your benefit, this is a discussion about a succession of memos suggesting that essentially unclassified briefings be provided broadly to parliamentarians. And what we see here is that NSICOP made this recommendation in 2018 and 2019, and there are 3 memos that were intended to go to you in some way, shape, or form. So one in December 2019 that was sent to PMO but never followed up on, and we heard from your staff that sort of fell through the COVID cracks at the beginning of the pandemic. One in December 2020, which was discussed within PMO but ultimately not actioned, and then the report mentions one in 2022, which was never finalized or even sent to PMO. So just to confirm, first of all, that none of these memos ended up reaching you. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we know that this initiative of broadly briefing parliamentarians eventually did happen in June 2024. So if none of these reached you, first question I'd like to ask is, should this have happened earlier? And are you troubled that it didn't?
My position has always been that providing more briefings to parliamentarians is a good thing. I am fully in favor of it. We all receive security briefings when we first get elected on not leaving documents hanging around, being careful about when you're speaking about delicate matters in a restaurant or on an airplane or anywhere people can overhear. We learn the basics of phone hygiene and how to keep your information secure. And I'm a huge believer in empowering parliamentarians to be able to be safe and thoughtful in how they do things. The briefings to parliamentarians that you receive when you get elected and security briefings ongoing are not directed by the government of the day. They're directed by the House of Commons itself, the Sergeant at Arms, if it's a matter of security, the Speaker's office. Briefings to all parliamentarians is not in general something that the government of the day is directly involved in. But these various documents are certainly something of these CSIS has the authorities to go to either the Speaker or the Sergeant at Arms and request for those briefings. These briefings didn't get to me, but these decision points didn't get to me, but I made it very clear throughout conversations that I would have approved of or encouraged briefings of parliamentarians. There is a process that I see regularly invoked. About every week or so, I sit down with the clerk of the Privy Council, and we go over changes to the senior ranks of the public service. We talk about particular issues that are coming forward, and part of our regular meetings is the clerk highlighting, okay, there's this note that we sent to your office that has been there for a week or two or for too long, and we need a return on this because this is important and we need this to be acted on. And I'll say, okay, we'll follow up, and we dig it up from the pile of notes that we get and make sure that we prioritize that. In this case, nobody, neither CSIS, through their minister to me or directly to the clerk or to the NSIA, flagged that this was something that was of importance to them that was stalled. And therefore, as you pointed out, they were not acted on in my office.
Why was your approval being sought, do you think? Was your approval necessary for this initiative?
As I said, my approval was not necessary for this initiative. It certainly wasn't wrong for them to check if they wanted to. I wasn't insulted that they did, or I wouldn't have been insulted that they did. But it wasn't part of the necessary steps. Often we get things for information. Oh, by the way, the minister is going to approve this. You should know about it, but it's within his or her authority to do. This is for information, not decision for you. Those are notes that we receive regularly that obviously, when they're relevant or germane, they get dealt with either through the office or directly to me. But in this case, the authority was not necessarily mine to give.
Okay, and would it have fallen to a minister, for the Minister of Public Safety, for instance?
I mean, it could have, or the CSIS could have checked in with its minister. The Minister of Public Safety is directly the minister that oversees and is responsible for CSIS. I know that the director of CSIS has direct access to the Minister of Public Safety in a very regular way. If there have been concerns around this, the CSIS director could have gone to the minister either for a signals check or for help in moving it through the approvals process in the Prime Minister's office, or to even check that maybe I should just go straight to the Sergeant at Arms in Parliament to actually take on this briefing. And as far as I know, CSIS did not bring up this with even its own minister.
Okay.
I have one question, Mr. the Prime Minister.
Oui.
Do you have any idea why no reply was ever given to all of those that requested the authorization?
Well, I think as was stated in the first case, it was in process when COVID happened, and we all moved to different priorities and virtually. In other cases, In the third case, it actually didn't actually get to my office. In the second case, no, I don't know why.
Okay, because if an authorization is asked from your office and no authorization is needed, at least in your view, usually do you, not you personally, but your office give the information to the person requesting the authorization or not at all?
It depends on the amount of the amount of notes, the various priorities of them as they go through. I really can't speak to the challenges around that particular one, other than saying that I was always very clear that briefings to parliamentarians is a good thing.
Thank you.
Okay, the next possibly related, possibly not topic I want to talk about is ministerial accountability in the foreign interference space. So if we can bring up CAN 030999. Prime Minister, these are notes. This is not something you would have seen. This is notes or minutes from DMFI, which is Deputy Ministers on Foreign Interference Committee meeting in April 2023. And if we can just scroll down so we can see the third and fourth bullet there. The NSI at the time here was Jody Thomas, and this is a discussion that was had at that meeting on essentially where ministerial accountabilities lie in the foreign interference space. So if we see that, I think it's the third bullet on the page, the NSI mentioned that the day before she, public safety, the clerk and deputy clerk had a discussion about foreign interference, during which the clerk mentioned that the ISR, so this is in the period where the independent special rapporteur was doing his work, seems as though they're comfortable with the panel in sight, but what's becoming more obvious is gaps on how FI is handled between elections, specifically what's the role of deputies, staff, and where's the ministerial accountability more broadly. The second bullet then says, as a result, the NSIA has asked PCO to begin work on mapping this. So how is intelligence circulated? How are ministers informed? How do they exercise their ministerial accountability? The governance, she says, seems to work well at the deputy level and even between PM and PMO, but that gap at the ministerial level may be a concern. So we discussed this a bit with the NSI at the time, Jody Thomas, and what she said about this, and the reference for the record is at WIT 151, paragraph 81. I won't bring it up, but I'll just tell you about it. The conversation around ministerial accountability was that in the NSI COP and NCERA reports, as well as the media leak discussions, everything needs to go to the PM. But in fact, in a Westminster style of government, ministers have accountabilities. So that was the nature of the discussion that was being had at this meeting. From your perspective, how does this play out? Was there an issue with ministerial accountability in the foreign interference space?
I think what you're outlining is sort of the second part of the conversation. The first part of the conversation is clear to me, and I can't really speak to what Jody was sort of digging into there. But it's very clear from the first bullet the gaps on how FI is handled in between elections. I think the important thing to remember is when we created the site task force, the panel of 5, it is because during an election, during the writ period, the government is in caretaker mode. So there actually are significant limits on how and whether ministers and prime minister will continue to be ministers or prime ministers even during an election. But they are limited in what they can actually go out and say, particularly if they're about to say that an opposition party is compromised or benefiting from interference by a third country in an election context. That would be destabilizing and you know of concern to do. That's why we set up the panel of 5 top public servants to be able to address during a writ period and publicly speak to what a particular piece of foreign interference is trying to have as its impact on an election. That makes total sense as a structure during elections, but during a by-election, where we've actually made sure that the site looks in on that, you don't have a caretaker convention. During a by-election, the government continues to be the government. The Minister of Public Safety or Foreign Affairs or the Prime Minister continue to be fully empowered to do all their works. And therefore, it would be during a by-election, if there was a significant concern that a particular country was engaging in massive misinformation, disinformation, it would normally be the minister who would do that, who would talk about that, and be accountable for that communications and those actions. But because of the partisan nature of the event that is a by-election, there's a discussion on, well, whether that ministerial accountability should be there around that, or whether officials should take on the communications, even though it's not in a caretaker convention. There are arguments to be made on both sides, and that's the kind of issues that we're grappling with around interference in our democratic institutions and the fact that one party was selected by Canadians to wield the full authority of the state, which in general times is very clear and, hopefully without partisan spin or questioning. But in situations of electoral contexts become more delicate. So where we could say, oh, the caretaker convention means that government is not fully active and leaning in as ministers and prime minister during an election period, what you actually do during a by-election is the question that they're digging into around ministerial accountability.
Okay. Well, let me take you back to the National Security Council at this point. And can you tell us a little bit about how and why that council was created? We understand I think it was September 2023 it was stood up?
Very rapidly after 2015, we created a mechanism to deal with various crises, whether it be a particularly dangerous storm or flood or weather event that was affecting a particular part of the region that required engagement from multiple ministries. You can imagine transport having to weigh in, environment and climate change coming to the table. Maybe there's a national security nexus, so the public safety minister needs to be there for overseeing policing. We created something called an incident response group. And this could involve either a natural disaster or a specific terrorist threat that we saw coming or needed to respond to after it actually hit. Various responsive, specific measures where we would gather the relevant ministers and the top officials, the deputy ministers, around the tables, and everyone would contribute in discussions, as opposed to cabinet meetings or cabinet committees where the ministers usually speak for their departments and their officials. Maybe a deputy minister will weigh in at one point and complete what the minister says. But in general, the conversation is ministers are speaking for their departments around committee tables. The IRG, Incident Response Group, was useful in that it elevated the deputies to be full participants around the table. So you had both the political lens and the top officials lens dealing in a very open way that allowed us to coordinate across bodies on a specific incident that happened. And we, unfortunately, because of the times we're in, have been using incident response groups much more regularly than I think we ever hoped to over the past number of years. But we realized in having those conversations that sometimes those conversations would have a stretch at the last part that said, okay, how do we then strategically look forward to the next incident like this and already prepare for being able to better deal with it? And we said, well, that's not really responding to this incident. There is a need for a larger outlook, a more strategic outlook, where we can sit down and gather everyone around the table to talk about a particular theme and position Canada strategically over the coming decade, perhaps, in our positioning. There have been a number of those meetings already, and they have proved incredibly useful, where ministers and deputy ministers and heads of agencies that in relevant positions are all gathered around the same table. It's managed by the Prime Minister, but the NSIA is secretary to that council, and it allows us to dig in on a very significant and specific theme. Might imagine themes, and I don't want to go into too many details, but might imagine themes being around how Canada positions itself around its Indo-Pacific strategy, which was it's sort of what our outlook and our engagement on the region, which would involve a whole bunch of different parts of government and obviously involve both security and trade and diplomacy and all these different things that would come together in a cohesive view that we could plan out with that national security lens on it. Or another one was how we're approaching our critical minerals. The opportunity Canada has to be a supplier of the critical mineral ingredients to both the green and the technological transformation the world's going through that is right now perhaps constrained in supply by a particular country. Canada stepping into that space and being able to be a reliable supplier of critical minerals that are essential to national security around the world is a theme that is worthy of a big strategic discussion. So that's how we created the National Security Council, and in its meetings so far, it has proved an extraordinarily effective tool.
Okay, so it's, just to summarize a little bit of what you said, it's a strategic body, essentially, specifically on national security issues, which now brings, as you say, both deputies and ministers to the table, sort of along the lines of taking the model of the IRG in that sense, but not ad hoc. It's something that's more long-term and strategic.
It's not regularly scheduled. We don't have one every couple of weeks. It is thematically. When there is an important discussion to be had, we will convene. I mean, they come together at regular intervals, and we plan what the next ones will be. But we could have, one every few weeks, like we could go a month or two without having one, depending on the theme, the time of year, all those things. So it's not as rigidly scheduled as, say, cabinet meetings or even cabinet committee meetings, but it is a legitimate, powerful tool. But you're right, it's not entirely ad hoc, but it is not regularly scheduled.
Okay, so and I appreciate that you don't know, or you can't speak to the discussion we were looking at in the DMFI minutes here, but in terms of getting the people around the table and having these conversations, and I understand it's not a cause and effect thing necessarily, but does that assist in ensuring that there is sort of those conversations happening between ministers in the national security space?
Yes.
Okay. And in the timing of its creation, September 2023, why was that the right time to do it, in your view?
I believe there was a recommendation from, maybe it was NCIRA, maybe it was NSICOP, maybe it was a parliamentary committee or some other source that highlighted that this was a good thing to do, and it had already been something that we were thinking about. Coming out of the pandemic, which was a significant crisis for the government, we were very much looking at different ways of being able to better respond to and learn from the things we did well, the things that we could improve on in future pandemics or crises, to realize that this was a body that made sense for us to put together to handle things like this. I mean, to a certain extent, the COVID committee that we had throughout the course of the pandemic, I think played a bit of a role of somewhat IRG, but also strategic overlook. And we wanted to replicate the effectiveness of that committee in a more flexible way to be able to cover different themes around the real strategic threats to Canada.
You mentioned also that the IRGs were becoming more and more frequent as a result of things that are going on in the world, more crises, more IRGs. I'm wondering if you can speak to the shifts in the geopolitical landscape that have happened, especially in recent years. I think we can probably, it's not terribly controversial that Russia's invasion of Ukraine, for instance, was a watershed moment. How have those affected the national security threats that Canada faces? And has there been a sort of corresponding shift or evolution specifically in the foreign interference threats? Not just Russia, but these more broadly, the shifts in the geopolitical landscape.
I think there is no question that foreign interference and, in general, threats geopolitically have increased significantly around the world over the past number of years. Obviously, as you say, Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the pandemic itself in terms of a destabilizing crisis for the global economy and for countries around the world, the rise of the tools around social media misinformation and disinformation that were present back in 2015, but not nearly as sophisticated or pervasive as they are now, have caused a lot of challenges. One of the other things is in 2015, as we watched the American impending election of Donald Trump and the rise of right-wing populism around the world, that seemed to be one of the big threats that, or big concerns that we had that was potentially destabilizing. Things like Brexit coming along, Donald Trump's election. There was a lift of right-wing populism. It was very much the moment we were living in 2015, 2016, 2017, and grappling with as a responsible, progressive, rule of law democracy that believes in facts and evidence as the basis for policy decisions, as we are as a government. But over the subsequent years, it is not just about sort of right-wing populism that is still there. There is a significant rise of authoritarianism and an aggressive decline of democracy and democratic values in many corners of the world that are aggressively attempting to destabilize mature democracies, where populism can sometimes sort of twist the rules and the emphasis and, twist the facts a little bit for its own gain. The attacks on the cores of our democracy and our institutions that the authoritarian narratives and attempts at disinformation and propaganda and sowing chaos in our democracies are much more serious and severe over these past years than they have been. We need only to look at the headlines this week to see the extent of interference activities and the impact they have on Canadians. But we've seen that with a rise of a more authoritarian China and the arbitrary detention of two Michaels. We've seen that through the complete rejection of the UN Charter and the rules-based order by Ukraine's being invaded by an authoritarian Russia. The world is more uncertain and less safe than it ever has been, and the answer that Canada needs to give is to double down on the rule of law and on the international rules-based order that protects us all. We cannot allow might to become right once again in the world. I mean, we have the multilateral rules-based order as a protection against that, and the fact that Russia in particular has chosen to upend that, along with other countries, is something that Canada must stand unequivocally and strongly against, because it protects us, but it also protects countries around the world.
Well, as you say, the headlines this week also reflect that, and we'll come back to those as well. Before we break, I do want to talk about or begin the discussion on the development of the government's response to foreign interference in the face of all of this or earlier. And I'll start with talking about the HAS-MC, so the Memorandum to Cabinet on Hostile Activities to State Actors. And I'll ask the court registrar to pull up here COM Sum 4, which is a summary of that MC. So this, we know, is a major cabinet initiative in the foreign interference space that has been discussed in the Commission's proceedings. If we can zoom out so that you can see the 4 bullet points, essentially. Next page, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we see a number of elements in the strategy here. One is the first broadly endorsement of the counter HASA strategy. The second is a strategic whole of government communications approach. The third is consultations on legislative tools, the CSIS Act, Criminal Code, and the Security of Information Act. And the fourth is new capabilities for the RCMP. So in all of this, we know that parts of this at least eventually became the legislation that we know fondly as Bill C-70, which was introduced into Parliament in spring of 2023 and recently passed into law in, I believe, June 2024. So first question I want to ask is what happened in that 2-year interval? So the HAS-MC being ratified in June 2022 and Bill C-70 coming into law in June 2024. It took 2 years for that to develop. Can you explain why that happened, and did it happen quickly enough?
It absolutely happened in the time it needed to happen. Anytime you are giving more powers to security agencies to counter, in this case, hostile actions by state actors, or anytime in general you're giving more powers to security agencies to do new things, to counter new threats, you have to be very, very careful about the balance you get on protecting citizens' rights, protecting diaspora communities that could be affected, by protecting marginalized groups that have historical and systemic reasons to be worried about authorities having more powers to enforce, to police, to investigate on them. It is not a small thing to grant new powers to counter new threats to intelligence agencies, and that's why in the process of C-70. There were multiple visits to cabinet over subsequent years. There were multiple rounds of consultations with different diaspora communities, with stakeholder groups, with human rights defenders and charter rights groups. We knew that getting a significant piece of legislation that would strengthen Canada's ability to protect itself from national security threats from other countries was something that was delicate and that needed to be done right. I mean, we had the example of Bill C-51 in the last years of the Harper government, where the balance wasn't gotten right. We committed in that election that we would repair the balance on that, and we did rapidly after getting elected. And strengthened the balance to make sure that we were, even as we were granting new powers to intelligence agencies that were relevant and needed, the protections of fundamental rights of Canadians, and particularly of vulnerable groups, were strengthened in our measures that we took in the first years in office. So we had direct experience that getting this balance right is really important. As people may remember from the 2015 election, the NDP leader, Thomas Mulcair, made it a huge point of contention for him that the violation of charter rights within Bill C-51 were fundamentally so egregious that it was terrible, not just that Stephen Harper put those forward, but that myself and the Liberal Party would actually say, no, we're going to accept those improvements, but we're going to fix them as soon as we get elected, which we ended up doing. We chose to not play politics with issues of national security, and we said it's not what we would do, and we will change it if and when we get elected. But that experience deeply informed our approach to building C-70. And I think that the result of the work that we did with C-70, the fact that it passed through the House with broad support and the Senate with broad support and is now in place and active without significant outcry by minority communities or concerned groups, shows that we did do the work to get it right. And getting this right and building consensus around these issues was a fundamental goal of this government. And quite frankly, when C-70 passed, there was criticism that we'd moved too quickly on it. As you highlight, there's also criticism that maybe we took too long for it. Doesn't always work this way, but in this case, I can say that it probably means that we took about the right amount of time to get it right, certainly because it was passed and is generally seen as, by all parties, as an effective and important piece of legislation.
So, Madame la Commissaire, est-ce que vous vouliez ajouter quelque chose?
Madam Commissioner, do you want to add something? No, I'm okay, just listening. If you have any more questions before the break, that's okay.
Prime Minister, the second question I wanted to ask on that is it enough? One of the Bill C-70, obviously countering foreign interference, countering hostile activities of straight actors is an even broader term, but one of the criticisms we've heard is that the government has not done enough in this space and has not done enough to counter what is now a recognized threat. How would you respond to that?
Well, I think, first of all, I mean, I'd heard that criticism as well, or the frame that, well, since you had to, do C-70, obviously there was a mistake in the powers that CSIS or intelligence agencies didn't have before. You're correcting a mistake or an error or a shortcoming that existed before you corrected it. And I think that's the wrong way of looking at it. I think we were in a situation where the threats are constantly evolving, whether it's newer technologies, the advent of AI, the shifting and pervasive impact of social media in how people collect their news and understand the world around them, and the vulnerability to foreign interference and misinformation and disinformation that comes through that vector that wasn't the case even 10 years ago. The shifting geopolitics, where you have more assertive authoritarianism, countries like Russia willing to invade a neighbor on the flimsiest of justifications, means that the world is changing in very real and dangerous ways that require us to step up. And at no point would I say that C-70 is enough and we can now sit back and coast on this for the next few decades because there will be no need to adjust and add more. That would simply be irresponsible. There is always going to be more work to do on ensuring that our agencies have the necessary tools to keep Canadians safe, while at the same time protecting the freedoms and rights of everyone in this country. And that is the constant, rigorous, responsible work that a government needs to do, to constantly be questioning, well, what more can we do to keep Canadians safe given these new threats, given these new challenges? How is the best way to do it while upholding the democratic and fundamental values and freedoms that is important to Canada? That's a constant debate in which not just the government, but stakeholders, communities, and even opposition parties have, and all parliamentarians have an essential role to play in. It shouldn't be about partisan disagreements, whether, or a basis for partisan attacks when it comes to the question of protecting Canada's citizens, its institutions, and its sovereignty. And the kinds of debates we were able to have around C-70 and the kind of consensus that we had around getting it passed indicates that, to a certain extent at least, there is an understanding amongst parliamentarians that we shouldn't be politicizing or overly partisan in our approach on these issues of fundamental safety. We need to challenge, we need to make sure we're getting the balance right, and that different parties coming from different perspectives with substantive challenges to it is a really important piece of it. But my expectation is that there will pretty much always be, through the life of any parliament or over the coming decades, there will always be some sort of tweak or improvement or adjustment to our national security infrastructure that is being debated or looked at or legislated on or studied or reflected on an ongoing basis. Keeping Canadians safe is not a one-day job. It's a constant, regularly updated, foundational priority for every government every single day. And it'll come together in certain pieces of legislation, but there's always going to be more to do, and that is the work that government continues to do.
This might be a good time for the break. Okay, so we'll take a 20-minute break and we'll be back at 11.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Commission is now in recess until 11 a.m. Cette séance de la Commission est maintenant suspendue jusqu'à 11 heures. The hearing will begin shortly. La séance débutera sous peu. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est de retour en session. The time is 11:02 a.m. Il est 11h02.
Thank you. Before we continue, Commissioner, just one quick clarification for the record. Apparently, I said that Bill C-70 was introduced in the spring of 2023. Obviously, it was not. It was spring of 2024. Counsel for the Attorney General was careful to remind me of that. Okay, moving on with our next topic now. Prime Minister, I'd like to ask you about responding to foreign interference in a federal environment. And to do that, I'm going to ask the court registrar to pull up CAN 44456. And again, zoom out so we can see, that's great, we can see the summary. So Prime Minister, you may recognize this. This is a memorandum that was sent to you about a letter received from the Yukon Premier, Ranj Pillai, about responding to Canada's relationship with India and sharing intelligence with premiers. And so in this summary, we learned that Premier Pillai has expressed some concern at a lack of consultation with premiers regarding national security incidents and the inability of security agencies to share classified info with them. He also notes support for the normalization of relationships between Canada and India. I suppose that was then, this is now. But in any event, can you speak to the challenges really and how managing national security in an environment where this is essentially a federal responsibility but touches provincial jurisdictions as well is done?
Well, I mean, I think we've seen over the past number of years that attacks on our democratic institutions, attacks on our democracies do not limit themselves simply to federal electoral events or federal parties. Provincial parties, municipal elections even, have had have proven to be targets of note for foreign interference as well. So part of what we wanted to do within Bill C-70 was explicitly make it possible for CSIS to grant appropriate security clearances to provincial premiers so that they can actually have a better lens on protecting their institutions and also their citizens, in addition to the work that the federal government does to protect their citizens.
Okay. And jurisdictionally, as you mentioned, foreign interference can touch not only subnational governments, but areas that fall within provincial jurisdiction. And how can that be ameliorated, or how can those relationships happen, and what role can the federal government play in that space?
Well, I think part of protecting Canada, protecting our institutions, and protecting Canadians and our economy means people who have authority and responsibility over various aspects of our country should be able to be fully informed of the threats and look at what the responses are. I mean, one of the classic examples is there's a number of times where we've seen cyber attacks, significant cyber attacks, which are not foreign interference, but significant cyber attacks on provincial institutions, whether it be power grid or hospitals. The federal government has significant and deep expertise in cyber defense and cyber capacity. And it has been only over time that we have been engaged by the provinces to strengthen their defenses, as opposed to having each province build up its own exclusive cyber jurisdiction. It makes more sense to lean on the federal expertise and the federal tools to protect hospitals or whatever, even though they are fully within provincial jurisdiction. So that sort of collaboration between orders of government has been happening for a while in the cyber realm, can and should happen much more in the interference realm. But in order to do that, it'll be important that the appropriate people, premiers in this case, get the security clearances. It shouldn't be the federal government directing, for example, what's going to happen in a municipal or provincial election. That would be not appropriate. And quite frankly, sort of against the Constitution and the structures that we have in place as a federal government, as a federal system. But empowering the premier to be able to access relevant classified information that impacts upon their structures or institutions or their members and their areas of responsibility is exactly the right kind of principle, and that's something that this government has enabled and will continue to. So we're happy to do that. To go back to even before C-70 was passed, there have been instances in which we have directly brought in provincial premiers on issues that are directly relevant to them, but systemizing it in a much more robust way is what C-70 accomplished.
Okay. We can take that down now, thank you. And for the next part of the question, you can pull up WIT 160. So these questions, Prime Minister, are going to focus around some intelligence regarding MP Michael Chong. And this goes back to, well, let me ask you first, actually. When and how did you first learn of allegations concerning the PRC targeting MP Chong in any way?
I learned about them in the media after a criminal leaked that classified information.
So we've heard about intelligence products that were circulating in 2021 that spoke to this issue, and I take it from your answer that those never reached you.
No.
Okay. What was your understanding when you did learn of this in May 2023 then of what the nature of the threat to MP Chong was? Well,
obviously, like most Canadians, when I read the accounts in the paper of what the classified information actually was purported to have said, my instant reaction was to turn to my NSIA and officials and say, find out what exactly the threat is, and if it indeed is this, why am I only learning about this in the newspapers, in the media? Yeah, that was my first reaction.
Okay. And if we just zoom out a little bit on this so we can see the discussion that was had in camera about this. Paragraph 2, I believe. There we go. So sort of towards the end of that paragraph, you know, Prime Minister, that while this was extrapolated through the leaks into China's going after Michael Chong's family as a way to pressure him, that's not the assessment that the professional analysts made. Can you speak to that?
Well, that is an example where criminal leaks of classified information can be damaging to reputations, to people's confidence in our institutions and in our intelligence agencies. The conclusion that was drawn, I think it's a little further down on this page by the director of CSIS, is that there actually were no direct physical threats to Michael Chong or to his family. But that's certainly not the impression you get from the leaks of classified information that were selective and certainly portrayed in a way that looked much more serious than they actually were. This is not to minimize the fact that it is a real issue that China has chosen to single out for particular attention parliamentarians from all different parties that have stood most clearly and strongly against Chinese actions in regards to Uyghurs and in regards to the rights of pro-democracy protesters in Hong Kong or what have you. But the stories that circulated around this, that they were going after Michael Chong's family, are simply not borne out by the actual intelligence or the analysis by intelligence officials.
Okay, let me stop you there and just ask the registrar to pull up Can Sum 17, please. So take the witness summary down and put up Can Sum 17. This is a topical summary that was produced by the government for the commission and contains publicly disclosable information on this topic, PRC interest in Michael Chong. So can we zoom out quite a bit so I can see most of this page, please? Thank you. So in the first couple of paragraphs there, what this document says, Prime Minister, is essentially, it talks about that, the Uyghur motion, and then the PRC having imposed economic sanctions on MP Chong in relation to this. And these sanctions are in keeping with the PRC sanctions regime, which allows not only sanctioning of individuals, but their family members as well. And then you'll see the second paragraph that that option to sanction family members wasn't invoked in the case of MP Chong. Mm-hmm. If we scroll down now, and I think around paragraph 10, so I think in somewhere in this document, there we go, paragraph 8, I think is what you were referring to perhaps, and in this document at least, the CSIS director emphasized that CSIS intelligence did not reflect direct physical threats to MP Chong or members of family or intention to cause physical harm. And then the last paragraph talks about how building process of using information through open sources and gathering information on MPs is part of regular diplomatic activity, which I think goes back to something you mentioned earlier this morning. In that vein, I'd like to ask you, because when your officials testified yesterday, counsel for MP Chong put to them, well, that may well be, but we know that the PRC is a repressive regime, and we know that it has a history of taking action against dissidents, particularly in Hong Kong. So with that in mind, how can one say that it's convincing that there were no threats against MP Chong or his family? What's your reaction to that?
Our intelligence professionals, our intelligence services, examine threats to Canadians every single day and have to make determinations around which are credible, which are of concern, which require action, which require notification. I will highlight that even before the criminal leaks, there had been threat reduction measure meetings with MP Chong by intelligence officials who shared with him, the concerns about China's interest and negative views of him. That is entirely in keeping with the analysis and the roles and the responsibilities of our intelligence agencies.
Okay. We can take that one down now. Thank you. Within about a week of this article appearing in the Globe and Mail, significant action was taken by the government in response to PRC foreign interference, the PNGing of a diplomat named Zhao Wei. So we went through this in, I would say, painstaking detail with your officials yesterday, so I'm not going to take you through the succession of meetings. But I will ask you, first of all, the authority to PNG a diplomat, that lies with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, not the Prime Minister, is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. Is it something that you have to approve at all?
No, it is not something I have to approve, but it is always a decision that I am, at the very least, apprised of, but more accurately engaged in terms of the discussions and the deliberations, because kicking out a diplomat is a big thing, not a small thing. And it is right and proper that the authority be at the foreign minister level, but it is something that, as Prime Minister, I am very much kept in the loop on, and my perspective on that, positive or negative, is certainly taken into account by the foreign minister.
What was your understanding of why Zhao Wei was being PNG'd?
Three things. First of all, over the past number of years leading up to this, there have been increasing instances of foreign interference by China and increasing moments of Canadian officials informing China directly that their interference activities were unacceptable and needed to stop, needed to decrease, they needed to stop attempting to interfere in Canadians' lives and in our institutions. That perhaps had its most clear moment in the G20 meeting in Indonesia, where I directly informed Premier Xi that he needed to make sure that China ceased interfering into Canada, into Canadian democracy. It wasn't a conversation that went particularly well, but it was a conversation that needed to be had and that we had. However, despite that and many other messages to China, the interference continued and even in some cases increased. So that was part of the reason why we needed to make sure there was a clear consequence. Secondly, as we looked into it, as the allegations around Michael Chong were surfaced publicly, on digging into it with the Foreign Affairs Ministry here in Canada, it was clear that even though in the case of Michael Chong, Zhao Wei was not engaged in interference so much as influence, that is, regular diplomatic collection of information with the goal of sanctioning, for example. So in the case of Michael Chong, not direct interference in the analysis of our intelligence agencies, but in other cases had been involved in interference activities. We realized that that was a reason to look at kicking him out of the country, that he was involved and known to be involved in foreign interference, even if it wasn't directly in the case of Michael Chong. And third, the fact that there needed to be consequences for China. He'd been involved in foreign interference activities. And third, it had been made public, meant that he was also not going to be able to operate as a regular diplomat in Canada anymore. His utility as a diplomat to both Canada and I guess to China had ended because he was so clearly outed in the media as being a bad actor. Those three things together meant that to give a consequence to China, to give consequences on foreign interference, and specifically the fact that he was not going to be much use as a diplomat anymore, we chose to kick him out of the country.
Okay. I'm going to move now.
And actually, I think we asked China to remove him from the country first, and when they didn't, we said, okay, well, then we're going to have to kick him out.
Okay, so one last chance, and then he was gone. I'll move now to another event that led to the PNGing of a diplomat, this time an Indian diplomat, which is the murder of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. I'll ask the court registrar to pull up WIT 106, please. So there's a few things to talk about in this, and if we can scroll down to paragraphs 52 to 55, please. There we go. So the first question I'll ask you to take us through, Prime Minister, is what led to your announcement in the House of Commons in September 2023?
Over the course of the summer, I was apprised by my intelligence services that there was credible intelligence that agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of Hardeep Singh Nijjar. This is something that we had actually asked the intelligence agencies to look into because following the rather high-profile killing months before, the initial assessment was, oh, this was gang-related or criminal-related. There was not an obvious, immediate international nexus to this. And that's how we were briefed after the meeting, after the killing in the days afterwards. However, hearing directly from a number of our South Asian members of parliament and seeing and talking with members of the South Asian community around who were quite insistent that it was something that was likely connected to government of India. We actually asked the intelligence agencies, and it turned out they were doing this anyway, to look in more closely to the circumstances around this particular murder. So in late July, early August, I was briefed on the fact that there was intelligence from Canada and possibly from Five Eyes allies that made it fairly clear, incredibly clear, that India was involved in this killing. Agents of the government of India were involved in the killing of a Canadian on Canadian soil. This was something that we obviously had to take extremely seriously. That violation of sovereignty, of the international rule of law, with extrajudicial killing in a foreign country, in a fellow democracy, was a massive mistake if India had indeed done it, and we had reasons to believe that they had. So our immediate approach was to engage with the government of India to say, and we had our various security officials reach out to India and say, look, there are real concerns that your security agencies were involved in the killing of Nijjar. We need to work on this together because that can't stand. we need to make sure that there are changes and there's accountability for this process, but let's try and do it in a responsible way that doesn't come and blow up the relationship between Canada and India. And that was the attempts we made in the month of August. As we approached the end of August and September, the big thing that was happening was India was itself hosting the leader of the summit of the advanced economies of the world, the G20. So it was a big moment for India, welcoming the world, all the leaders of the world to Delhi for a very important summit. And we had the opportunity of making it a very uncomfortable summit for India if we went public with these allegations ahead of time. We chose not to. We chose to continue to work behind the scenes to try and get India to cooperate with us. Their asks of us was, well, how much do you know? Give us the evidence you have on this. And our response was, well, it's within your security agencies. You should be looking into how much they know. You should be engaging. It's, oh, no, tell us what you know. Show us the evidence. And at that point, it was primarily intelligence, not hard evidentiary proof. So we said, well, let's work together and look into your security services and maybe we can get that done. No, we're not doing that. It culminated with a conversation I had with Prime Minister Modi on after the end of the last session at the G20 in Delhi, where I sat down and shared that we knew that they were involved and expressed a real concern around it. He responded with the usual response from him, which is that we have people who are outspoken against the Indian government living in Canada that he would like to see arrested. And I tried to explain that freedom of speech and freedom of people who come to our country to be Canadians to criticize governments overseas is, or indeed to criticize the Canadian government, is a fundamental freedom of Canada. But as always, we would work with them on any evidence or any concerns they have around terrorism or incitement to hate or anything that is patently unacceptable in Canada. And we have taken action in the past. We continue to take action. Even as I emphasize, and I have emphasized regularly, my position and Canada's position is to defend the territorial integrity of India. One India is official Canadian policy. And the fact that there are a number of people in Canada who advocate otherwise does not make it Canadian policy, but also does not make it, is not something that is illegal in Canada. Having done all that, we returned to Canada, and it was obvious that the Indian government response, particularly through the media, was to instead attack Canada, to attack Canadians, to criticize us, to undermine our government and our governance, and quite frankly, the integrity of our democracy. Combined with the fact that as we approached the end of September, it looked like there was going to be media stories detailing some of these allegations that were getting out there. When on the first day that the House returned, we determined that it was in the interest of public safety in Canada to let people know that we knew about these allegations, that we were following up on them. There was an investigation into them that was taken on by police services in Canada to ensure that, partially to ensure that nobody in Canada, in any communities, felt like they needed to take action themselves, that they should trust Canadian institutions to take this threat seriously and follow up on it. And that's exactly what we then did. We launched investigations. The Indian response to these allegations and to our investigations was to double down on attacks against this government, attacks against this government's integrity, attacks against Canada in general, but also to arbitrarily eject dozens of diplomats from Canada, from Canadian diplomats from India, on absolutely no cause other than to say, well, we don't like what you said in the House about us, and we're going to punish you for that. This was a situation in which we had clear, and certainly now even clearer, indications that India had violated Canada's sovereignty, and their response was to double down and attack Canada further, rather than take responsibility or say, how can we fix this? Yes, this was a violation of the rule of law, and even take any of the many off-ramps we offered, because we don't want to be in this situation of whom we have deep people-to-people ties and a long history and are fellow democracies. But standing up unequivocally for Canadian sovereignty and for the safety of Canadians back then was essential, and absolutely led to the very, very clear pronouncements we made earlier this week that the RCMP, the conclusions and the evidence that the RCMP determined in terms of violence towards Canadians that has been enabled by and directed by, in many cases, the Indian government.
So you've made reference to the allegations that were the announcement of the RCMP earlier this week, and we know that that wasn't solely connected to the Najjar investigation per se. It's a broader thing than that, and it involves allegations of interference by India in promotion of violent extremism, tying agents of the government of India to homicides, violent acts, the use of organized crime, and interference into democratic processes. So it's a much wider thing. And we know that it led to, over the past weekend, the PNGing of 6 Indian diplomats. What can you say? And you mentioned before that the hope was not to blow up the relationship with India after the Najjar murder. Obviously, things have progressed since then. What comment are you able to offer on what the RCMP announced on Monday and where things stand at the moment?
The decision by the RCMP to go forward with that announcement was entirely anchored in public safety and a goal of disrupting the chain of activities that was resulting in drive-by shootings, home invasions, and violent extortion and even murder in and across Canada, particularly in the South Asian community. Largely Sikh, but not exclusively the Sikh community. The goal of disrupting the chain that was diplomats collecting information on Canadians who are opponents or in disagreement with the Modi government, passing along that information to the highest levels within the Indian government, and then having that information directed through criminal organizations like the Lawrence Bishnoi gang to then result in violence against Canadians on the ground. It was the RCMP's determination that that chain or that sequence or that scheme needed to be disrupted, and going public on Monday as they did, and removing those diplomats. The first option was actually being able to question those diplomats and interview those diplomats by having them waive diplomatic immunity. They didn't. That's not surprising that they didn't. Canada wouldn't waive diplomatic immunity in many cases either. But therefore, we had to ask them to leave the country.
Okay. And just to be clear, when you speak of diplomats collecting information in this instance, we're not talking about research and Google searches. We're talking about covert, clandestine.
Covert, clandestine, coercive measures, threatening to withhold family visas, paying sources, a range of things that the RCMP can detail if they feel they are. I mean, one of the important things on this is these are ongoing There are ongoing court cases and trials. So if the RCMP had its druthers, it wouldn't have revealed any of this. It's just that it hit the threshold before it came out naturally in court through our judicial process, as it would, as much of this will. But the threat to public safety and the need to disrupt preemptively, even before the court cases were fully adjudicated, made it the RCMP's decision to go public with this.
Okay. Well, as you mentioned, there are ongoing investigations, and in that sense, I think we've probably gone as far as we can go on that topic, so we'll move on. We can take the Najjar document down now. Going back to the chain of events, I think that we can say followed the May 2023 media leaks and the revelation of the PRC interest in Michael Chong. One thing that we know happened was that Minister Mendicino issued a ministerial directive on threats to the security of Canada directed at parliamentarians. And when we spoke about that initiative in camera, you expressed some ambivalence towards the policy. Now, I'm wondering if you can tell us about that.
I have very little doubt that had there been genuine threats, or there had been deliberate threats to, direct threats, or is the word that CSIS used, direct threats to Michael Chong or his family, that information would have been elevated to at least the Minister of Public Safety, if not directly to my office, on threats to a parliamentarian. But in the messiness of having a criminal leak erroneous information to the media and the attention and worries that ensued, I asked Minister Mendicino to put out a clear directive that said if there's any threats to parliamentarians or their families, that should be automatically elevated, regardless of whether they are credible or single source or reliable or unreliable or not. We need to elevate the attention that is given to parliamentarians' safety. I don't know that it's entirely necessary, if I'm being honest. I have confidence that if there is a threat to a parliamentarian, CSIS and our NSIA and our security apparatus would take it very seriously and make sure there was awareness and follow-up on it. But in the moment, and to show Canadians how seriously we were taking this very serious issue, emitting this directive that said, yes, explicitly you have to do it, was a responsible step. I prefer to demonstrate confidence in the decision-making frame of intelligence agencies around how they elevate and how they evaluate information as, okay, this is really credible, we need to see this. This is not so credible, but let's let the local police of jurisdiction or let the RCMP know about this, or like they make determinations around where information should go and what should be done with it every day, all the time, on a whole bunch of different information. And being overly prescriptive is not the ideal way of doing things. But in this case, I think it was a fine thing to do.
Okay, that's fair. The next topic I want to ask you about then is providing classified information to about foreign interference, of course, to party leaders, leaders of political parties or cleared representatives of political parties, as the case may be. The first question I'll ask is fairly general, but when you as a party leader receive information about potential foreign interference happening within your own party, what can you do about it? What are the options available to you in such a scenario?
Oh, there are many, many things I can do. If it comes early enough in the process, I can simply disallow a candidate from running for a nomination or to be a candidate in my political party. And a party leader, all party leaders have ultimate discretion because Elections Canada requires that the party leader signs off on every single one of the 338 candidates they can run across the country in an election. And withholding that signature from a particular candidate is one of the core responsibilities, or that signature is a core responsibility and powers of a party leader. And it happens at an early enough stage that if someone expresses even publicly that they want to run for the party and don't end up running for the party, there's not necessarily a scandal around them not running. There could be some sour grapes. There could be, oh, I just had to decide to stick with, family was more important or anything. It's all sorts of face-saving ways in which if a leader quietly says, no, there have been concerns raised, you're not going to be able to run for us, but we don't need to talk about it publicly, you can go back to your life. That is a very effective way of having things done that don't require revealing of any classified information, but is based on intelligence that a leader can get. Once someone's an actual MP, a party leader cannot fire an MP. MPs were elected by Canadians. All a party leader can do is, at the largest level, remove them from their party caucus, have them sit as an independent, something that I've done many times for a range of different reasons around sexual misconduct or other things. That's the biggest tool a party leader has. But there's also other tools. If there is an allegation around, to use the National Security and Intelligence Advisor's words herself, around inappropriate behavior or poor judgment or untrustworthiness, as a party leader, I can decide which committees an individual sits on or doesn't sit on, whether I give them a critic role or a parliamentary secretary role or even a minister's role. We have many tools to respond depending on the seriousness of the allegation. If it's that they're overly friendly with a particular consul general, maybe we just say, yeah, you know what, you need to clean that up, and then maybe we can revisit a committee or parliamentary secretary role for you in a couple of years, or in a year if CSIS comes back and says, no, yeah, there's been no contact there or anything like that. There's lots of tools that a party leader can exert to counter real or risks of foreign interference in their party. But it requires the leader to actually be able to receive the classified information from the intelligence agencies to then turn around and take action on that.
Okay. On that topic, I'm going to ask you what happens when you receive intelligence about potential foreign interference having to do not with your own party, but with opposition parties. To do that, I'll ask the court registrar to pull up CAN 047007. So we'll just go through the document to situate us a little bit, and then I'll ask you to pull up a different one. So, Prime Minister, this is a memo for you from your NSIA, Nathalie Drouin, in May 2024. You'll see what it says at the beginning of that summary is intelligence details alleged foreign interference activities in Canada directed at opposition parties. Given the serious nature of the allegations, PCO is working with CSIS to develop top secret level briefings for opposition parties on this intelligence, then speaks to various political parties and whether or not they have leaders who are security cleared. And then the last bullet there speaks to PCO sharing a protocol of regarding more regular classified briefings to recognize parties. If we can scroll down again, please. I'll tell you when to stop. Let's scroll through the background. I think we want to get to page 3. There we go. PCO comment there. So PCO notes that the informing the party leaders could allow them to identify the issues, take any necessary action, and then says an ad hoc approach of sharing intelligence is not ideal, and we should maybe think about doing something more systematic. So if we can take that document down now and put up WIT 164, paragraph 25. This is the publicly disclosable version of the conversation that was had in camera about this. So I'd like it up as a reference point. And I'll just ask you, Prime Minister, to take us through from your recollection what happened here, what the situation was, and what was done about it.
In paragraph 26, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah. I received what I characterize here as explosive, certainly extremely alarming information around foreign interference into a particular political party. And I directed CSIS to try and, or the intelligence agencies to try and ensure that the opposition parties had the tools to respond to these allegations, or had at least the information that would allow them to do this. I have to be really careful about what I say here because this is all very, very sensitive, and even talking about which party these allegations aimed at is something I'm trying to avoid doing.
Fair enough. And I won't ask you many more questions about them because we are treading very thin lines here. The only thing I'll just sum up by saying, so essentially information came to your attention and it was through the system put to the right people in the right places.
I think it is perhaps useful to point out, we don't need to pull it up, but in the, well, two things. First of all, I'm Prime Minister, so I receive tremendous amount of classified information covering a broad range of individuals across this country, including in different political parties. But as leader of the Liberal Party, it is awkward, to say the least, to use a mild word, for me to be engaging in who should run or what consequences, or who should be a critic, or who should be in what position for an opposition party. So as you pointed out earlier, the answer was to offer classified briefings to all the leaders of the parties so that they could best be positioned to take the necessary actions to protect their MPs, some of whom might be vulnerable, some of whom might be witting or unwitting around foreign interference, and therefore demonstrate to Canadians that the integrity of their parties and the protection of their parties from federal foreign interference was done. And that was all I can know about it. I don't act on that stuff because I don't believe in the partisan using national security information for partisan purposes, nor should any Prime Minister. But informing the leader so they can take proper actions is, I think, the right way of doing things. Stepping away from this specific example, because I don't want to weigh into this.
We can take it down.
Example. Because I am Prime Minister and privy to all these informations, I have the names of a number of parliamentarians, former parliamentarians and/or candidates in the Conservative Party of Canada who are engaged or at high risk of, or for whom there is clear intelligence around foreign interference. And I have directed CSIS and others to try and inform the Conservative Party leader to be warned and armed to be able to make decisions that protect the integrity of that party, of its members, from attempts at activities around foreign interference. And the decision by the leader of the Conservative Party to not get those classified briefings means that nobody in his party, not him, and nobody in a position of power knows the names of these individuals and can take appropriate action. It also means nobody's there to stand up for those individuals if the intelligence is shoddy or incomplete or just allegations from a single source. And that is something that, as you've seen, we are ready to question intelligence when it comes towards the Liberal Party members, because we need to make sure if you're going to end someone's career, you're doing it in a responsible way. The decision of the leader of the Conservative Party to not receive the necessary clearance to get those names and protect the integrity of his party is bewildering to me and entirely lacks common sense. Particularly when you look at the NSICOP report that clearly lays out, the public NSICOP report that clearly lays out that in both of the most recent Conservative leadership races, there was foreign interference. The fact that there seems to be absolutely no curiosity or openness in trying to figure out what happened or whether someone was compromised or whether a foreign country impacted those leadership races is simply irresponsible. The fact that we see, and I'm getting a little more partisan than I've tried to in this case, but it is so egregious to me that the leader of the official opposition, who is certainly trying very hard to become prime minister, is choosing to play partisan games with foreign interference and accusations around foreign interference, but not taking it the least bit serious as regards to his own responsibilities as party leader, or even to get top officials within his party briefed up as they bring on candidates from across the country, is inexplicable and, quite frankly, concerning. So stepping back from that, our recommendation, and certainly one of the things that is alluded to in some of these reports, and certainly the Commission's work can be, is to indicate that it would probably be pretty important that, as a matter of course, party leaders, certainly of the main political parties, maybe not the Marxist-Leninist candidate that runs against me every election in Papineau, but certainly the main political parties, be given security briefings and clearances that allow them to respond to the very real threats that we have seen of foreign interference in their parties, and that top officials at the party level, as Jeremy Broadhurst was by dint of his day job in my government outside of the campaign period, was able to take that information and discuss with me the consequences that should be meted out, or whether action should be taken or not. It is, I think, a vulnerability to foreign interference that we have as a democracy that some party leaders have decided not to get access to some names that would be very germane for them to at least know and understand the risks around.
Okay, well, we have heard evidence through the Commission's proceedings that foreign interference affects or can affect all political parties. That's certainly true. In terms of providing information to political parties, what about there have been other ideas suggested of how classified information might be provided. For instance, if the leader is a privy councillor, would that entitle them to receiving such information?
There are privy councillors who were sworn in the 70s. As an example, Marco Mendicino was made a privy councillor when he became a minister. But now that he is no longer a minister, in order to appear before this commission and to deal with documents that he himself had generated and worked with as minister, he needed to get security cleared once again. There is a perception around this town that being a privy councillor allows for a higher degree of security clearance or access to documents than not being a privy councillor is. That's simply not true in concrete terms. Ministers have access to secure documents by dint of their roles of ministers and go through a vetting process that clears them for that before they are appointed ministers. But having been a minister years ago does not give you any inherent ability to see classified documents without re-upping or reinstating a security clearance.
Okay. Well, we'll leave that topic for now and go to, I'll ask the registrar to pull up the CSIS IR, which I've lost the doc ID. Can doc 44, please? So, Prime Minister, this is the questions I want to ask you around this are about the commission, and it does relate a little bit to the last point you were making, but the commission essentially asked the government in its proceedings to come up with a list of the significant instances of foreign interference in Canada's democratic institutions and electoral processes over the period of the Commission's review. And this exercise sort of seems brought everyone around the table, considering what was initially a longer list produced by CSIS, and what was eventually obtained was a consensus list of these 6 instances. Many of the incidents that we've heard about over the Commission's proceedings are actually not on this list, but there are 6 that are there. So the first thing I'll ask you is specific, and then I'll actually go to some more general ones. But in terms of being informed about instances as a party leader, on the second bullet there on that list reads, reporting indicates that a foreign government undertook several actions, including interference, to reduce the likelihood of a specific Liberal candidate from being elected federally. It is suspected that the foreign government sought to thwart the candidate's bid, given their support for issues perceived to be contrary to the foreign government's interests. And am I correct in saying that this never came to your attention, this particular instance, before the Commission's proceedings?
Yes, the list of 6 were all, I expected that, as I said, I have access to regular intelligence briefings and updates on these things. It was surprising to me to see number 2 on this list, because I had no idea. And there are lots of details about this that I know that I continue to be astonished that I was not apprised of this, because it was relevant in a whole bunch of different ways and would have been very relevant at the time. But I also understand, without being able to give too much timing or details around this, that processes we have in place now would have meant that there is no doubt I would have been informed about this incident were it happening now. When it happened, we did not have the measures that we have subsequently put in place.
Okay, understood. So this is one you would have liked to see?
Yes, I would have liked to have seen this one.
Another thing we've heard about the development of this list is, as I said, it brought deputy ministers around the table having conversations about whether some of the instances were or were not foreign interference. And you mentioned earlier in your remarks that there can be different perspectives across government on whether activities are really standard diplomatic activity, for example, or foreign interference. How do you see those debates happening from your vantage point as Prime Minister, first sort of in the existential sense, like is this a good thing? And when does it come to you and what do you see? Are different perspectives brought to your attention, or how does this play out?
I think it is a very, very good thing that on something as important and sensitive as foreign interference by another state, that there be different perspectives looking at it. As I said, our diplomats in the United States were very alert to, which members of Congress or which governors might be helpful in making a case for a more successful NAFTA renegotiations than others. And that involved a lot of sort of conversations and looking into voting records and, quiet lunches by diplomats in place, and that gathering information on foreign parliamentarians is a core part of diplomacy. And that can be foreign influence, which is something that diplomats are actually hired to do and is a primary job around the country, make sure that the government of the country that you're in representing Canada looks favorably upon Canada. Without crossing into interference. Now, it is possible to use information collected for purposes of influence to then turn around and use it for interference. If a diplomat were to collect the home address of a particular parliamentarian to be able to send them a personal note or a Christmas card that didn't go through the office, that would seem, okay, I'm trying to influence them, make them friendly. That's the work of diplomacy. If that foreign address, that home address was then used to organize a massive intimidation protest in the street in front of that person, paid for by a foreign country, that would be foreign interference, or that would be much more serious. So there is a bit of a continuum on this, and having discussions between Global Affairs Canada diplomats and intelligence agencies and spies and on the push-pull of what is appropriate, what is inappropriate, what is problematic, is more of an art than a science. I mean, it can involve intent, it can involve whether it's a friendly country doing it or an unfriendly country doing it, why they're doing it, what preoccupations there are. There is nuance that is not just across departments, but even within departments. You can have different people within global affairs having a different perspective on that. And all those debates and discussions, I think, are a strength of our system that allow us to come to much more thoughtful answers or measures to take in complex and perhaps delicate situations. So, having those engaged, thoughtful debates in government, and even, quite frankly, to a certain extent, understanding that there are complexities in it for a public engaging with how to protect ourselves from foreign interference is very key. I think of the Baltic states example, when Canada positioned itself as the country lead on the enhanced forward presence in NATO by positioning troops in Latvia. One of the things that we learned about very quickly was the incredibly robust system that citizens in Latvia had to detect and deter and render ineffective Russian disinformation, because Russia is constantly flooding the zone in the Baltic states. And they have a very sophisticated and attentive population in knowing that this piece of information is just Russian propaganda or disinformation, that I think Canada is moving towards. But we are not as far forward as some other countries may be in terms of detecting misinformation and disinformation from hostile state actors.
So when these different perspectives may exist in government, do your officials make you aware of them so that you know that maybe CSIS has a different view on something from GAC?
Yes.
Does this come to your attention?
Yes,
okay.
Absolutely. Either actually in person by watching the director of CSIS and the deputy minister of Foreign Affairs, have a conversation back and forth about a particular thing, or it is obvious in the briefings come to me where it says CSIS leans on this way, but the diplomats say that this might be it, and at the same time, the clerk's decision is this. One of the reasons that I've said I prefer to have active, engaged discussions around intelligence is it allows us to challenge and bring together those different points of view and different perspectives to get a better picture than simply one document that perhaps summarizes different elements, but is written by one person in one department and not another.
Madam Commissioner, I see that I'm out of time, but I have still 2 topics to tackle with the Prime Minister, if you allow me. Yes, go ahead.
So the next, I do have a couple of more questions to ask you. The next one is on a different topic now. It's something that we spoke about at great length in camera, so I think we'll have the Reader's Digest of this conversation today, but the vulnerability of political party processes to foreign interference that has been raised à maintes fois in the Commission's proceedings. And we know that Elections Canada will soon be making some suggestions or recommendations as to things that might be done to ameliorate this situation. Can you give us your viewpoint on the idea of increased oversight or increased regulation of internal political party processes for the purpose of dissuading foreign interference?
First of all, there is already oversight and regulations over political parties in Canada that we all understand is important and necessary. I think of the very strict election financing rules, how a political party can raise money, how it is accountable for every dollar it raises, from whom it receives money, what it can spend the money on, how it needs to account for it. That's a really important principle that applies to all political parties and is sort of foundational for our democracy. So the idea that in our democracy we should regulate political parties is well established, that yes, there are many things in which it's important to uphold the freedom and openness of our democracy, that we regulate political parties. In C70, we actually indicate with greater clarity and legislate around foreign interference in political parties as being illegal. I mean, these are things that, yes, there are certainly things that governments and our democracy should do to ensure the accountability and responsibility of political parties. However, when we get into the issue of determining how a political party picks its candidates, or who gets to be the ultimate decision maker in a political party, or how to structure a political party internally, or how to run its nominations, we get into an area that I think one needs to tread very, very carefully. I mean, one of the things we see first in authoritarian countries like Venezuela, to use an extreme example, is the government regulating what opposition parties can do or say, or how they can organize themselves, or how they fund their fundraise. Is a great way for a party in government to control and render ineffective opposition parties. And that is the last thing that we would ever want in Canada. I think it's extremely important that political parties have a large degree of autonomy in their country, in their operations, independence in how they choose to operate and function as political parties, as opposition parties particularly. But that comes with it a responsibility by those political parties to be able to demonstrate the processes in place that they have to reassure Canadians, but particularly their members, that they are not arbitrary, they are not subject to whims or influence or interference by foreign interests or special interests across the country. That's why, for example, in our party, we have nomination races that have very clear requirements that need to be hit within the party frame. We have an appeals process for anyone who loses a nomination. We have scrutineers and lawyers that every party gets to have on every candidate's team gets to have in the nomination process to ensure that it's a rigorous process. We have created many, many mechanisms like that because the Liberal Party has had nomination races of 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people contesting for a single nomination. Sorry, 6,000, 7,000 members supporting a handful of candidates contesting for a particular nomination. Are there things that can be done to give political parties more information, better access to it? Well, the first one is making sure people, at least someone in a decision-making position at the top of the party structure, the party organization, the campaign director or someone like that, gets the necessary security clearance so that if CSIS or others see flags, they can carry that to the party or inform the leader about it so the leader can make sure that the processes, whether it's a leadership race or a nomination race, can account and say publicly, this was not interfered with. I think it's on the party itself to demonstrate the measures it has taken to protect itself from interference, rather than a government or even Elections Canada weighing in and saying, you have to do this, this, this to protect from foreign interference. I think it is better for Canadians and media and oppositions to be calling out where a party does not have robust processes in place and is not taking seriously the threats of foreign interference. But overly prescribing or regulating the organization, the behaviors, the structure, the decision-making processes within parties by what is necessarily one party in a position of power in government is something that I think requires a lot of caution. But there are many things that could be recommended for parties to take on as tools to keep them safe that I'm certainly hoping that Elections Canada and the Commission's work will highlight that are important principles for how parties can protect themselves from interference.
Okay. Moving now to a topic that you've raised on a couple of occasions already in your remarks, but not completely directly, is the classified NSICOP report. So, as you may know, the Commission was charged with looking into the NSICOP report and has done so. And we've heard some evidence over that process, which I will I'll highlight a couple of things that came out from that process and that investigation. One of them is some, how do I put it? Questions raised as to the strength of the conclusions that NSICOP expressed versus the strength of the assessments that CSIS actually made. So NSICOP's conclusions are NSICOP's, not CSIS's. There were also instances in which some discrepancies may have been found between the conclusions again made and the underlying intelligence. We've heard concerns in these proceedings from two of your, well, your former minister, Mr. Mendocino, current minister, Mr. Leblanc, about the strength of the public reaction to the NSICOP report. And I'm wondering if you can comment on that, having, of course, read the classified NSICOP report and having knowledge of its contents.
I created the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians for a very specific purpose: to make sure the parliamentarians from all different parties would be able to look into everything that our national security agencies are doing, with at least two clear goals. One is to make sure that our national security agencies are behaving appropriately and not violating Canadians' fundamental rights or overreaching or, or doing the bidding of one particular government versus the well-interests of Canadians. Just about every one of our democratic major democracy partners has oversight by parliamentarians of their national security agencies. Canada did not, and the previous Conservative government refused to even begin to entertain the idea that parliamentarians should have the ability to oversee national security agencies. I felt strongly that we needed that, and that's why it was one of the first things that we did or worked on in terms of national security. The second reason NSICOP is important is the first reason is to make sure there's not overreach into, and there's other mechanisms as well, like NCIRA, to make sure there's not overreach into Canadians' fundamental rights. But the second is to make sure that national security agencies are taking seriously all the threats and acting in appropriate ways to counter the threats. But being a body that has only come into being about 8 years ago, and being one, or less than that, 6 years ago, being one that as recently as just a year or two ago in the House of Commons is still contested as to its legitimacy and usefulness, it's still very much in a learning process. It's trying to figure out how to manage a very multi-partisan structure in a highly polarized and partisan environment. When it comes to something like foreign interference, that is such a contentious and worrisome topic that you can imagine that any pronouncement that gets out, whether it's a criminal leaking information to the newspaper or NSICOP, putting out a report, or this commission's televised hearings, is generating a lot of interest. Did NSICOP get everything right in its report? As CSIS pointed out, there were some discrepancies. But I don't think that's automatically a bad thing. I think that's part of making sure there are different tools and different perspectives and different organizations working on similar challenges from different things. Yes, there's some of the things that NSICOP put in there that I really would have rather they didn't frame that way, because it worried Canadians and talked about traitors in Parliament, when that is not the assessment that our intelligence agencies put forward. But it's salacious and it sells newspapers and it worries Canadians, so it got put to the fore. I see this more as part of growing pains of building mature, not just institutions around national security within and around government and parliament, but of part of the learning process that citizens get to be part of in figuring out how to talk about real threats and how to evaluate in our democracy, where the lines are and how to best protect our democracy without harming the exact things that make us a free and open democracy. And those are sophisticated conversations that can't just happen within governments or within commissions, but can and should happen as part of active, engaged debate, discourse, and political conversations between elections and during elections. So yeah, there's some things that I feel, certainly with all the perspective I have and all the direct briefings I have from CSIS, that they didn't get quite right. But I much rather have an effective and confident NSICOP committee that goes forth and draws its conclusions and says things that we will all learn to say, okay, yeah, they got this right. They maybe were off a little bit on this, but this helps us advance this understanding. And CSIS was able to come out and correct the record on this. And some of the things that NSICOP talked about, CSIS had actually made a little bit of a mistake. And that was where NSICOP's report was. So that's thoughtful as well. So for me, it's all part of a system that is robust and serious. But because we're in a open, free democracy that stands up for everyone's rights, that is working hard to get it right, but that we don't always need to expect perfection from. And when, as consumers of intelligence materials, individuals and media and opposition parties become more and more experienced at it, more thoughtful about it, Canada will be even better served than we are right now in the important debates we have around foreign interference.
So maybe it's not about getting everything right, but contributing to the building of a national discourse.
Absolutely. Although it'd be nice to get more things right too at the same time.
Fair enough. Madame la Commissaire, ce sont mes questions.
Those are all my questions, Madam Commissioner. Thank you very much.
For Michael Chong. I see Commission Counsel has taken an extra 30 minutes in her examination pursuant to the O'Connor rule.
18.
I thought we were finishing at 11:50.
The clock says 18.
It's okay. Just go on. Tell me.
Okay, well, we'll figure out exactly how much extra, but pursuant to the O'Connor rule that governs in this proceeding, that extra time should be allocated to the parties for their cross to ensure that Commission Counsel's time and the parties' time is equal. So I'm asking that we be given that extra time. We'll have to figure out between ourselves how to allocate it, but I wanted to bring that to your attention straight away.
Okay, let me look into this issue at lunchtime, but we'll let you know through an email.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So we'll take a shorter break today, so lunch today. So make sure to come back at no later than 1:20.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Commission is now in recess until 1:20 p.m. Cette séance de la Commission est maintenant suspendue jusqu'à 13h20. hearing will begin shortly. La séance débutera sous peu. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est de retour en session. The time is 1:21 p.m. Il est 13h21.
Bon après-midi. Alors,
Good afternoon. Maître Vallert, I must apologize. You were right. It was nearly 30 minutes. The 18 minutes that I had were just for the period following the break. So indeed, there will be an additional 30 minutes granted for cross-examination, and a portion of this time will be allocated to the Attorney General. I believe that you received information with regard to the time allocated to you.
emails the time that will be allocated to you for your cross-examination, but just
Commissioner,
in case. Yes.
I'm so sorry to interrupt. It's Erin Dan. An email was sent around. I've just distributed a hard paper copy that unfortunately I don't believe reflects the email that was sent around. So if I could just have one moment, because I believe the copy that's on your desk is incorrect. So I will make sure that you have the correct version, which is the version that was circulated by email to the parties. If I could just have a brief indulgence, I will go
Sure,
get
so I will,
the corrected version.
We'll suspend 2 minutes.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the Commission is now in recess until 1:25 p.m. Cette séance de la Commission est maintenant suspendue jusqu'à 13h25.
I was going to tell her, this is the first time, and I'm sure the last time in my career, that I've been told that I have So there's no break on this one.
I only can have one more minute.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est de retour en session. The time is 1:29 p.m. Il est 13h29.
Alors, on a pu régler le petit...
So we were able to resolve the little issue that we had.
Right time. I'm going to indicate the time allocated to each and every one. So it will be Sikh Coalition will go first for 15 minutes. Michael Chang's council will go second for 20 minutes. After that, council for Andang, 10 minutes. Council for Erin O'Toole, 10 minutes. Council for Jenny Kwan, 15 minutes. Conservative Party, 15 minutes. Human Rights Coalition, 11 minutes. UCC, 10 minutes. RCDA, 12 minutes. The Concerned Group, 12 minutes. And the Attorney General, 20 minutes. And if need be, there will be re-examination by a Commission Counsel as usual, but it's not counted in the 30 minutes. And we'll take a break after the Conservative Party's cross-examination. And before starting the cross-examination, I have two questions for you, Mr. Prime Minister.
Je vais le dire en français aussi.
Feel free to question me in French as well. Yes, indeed. It's a little strange to have two francophones speaking to each other in English. Yes, we should try to avoid that, says the Prime Minister. You stated earlier today, at the end of your testimony, that you would prefer to see NCCOP perhaps go too far rather than not benefiting from its analysis, and that this would allow for a healthy debate around the issue. So my question is this: how do you envisage the possibility of having a debate with regard to what will or was reported? The work of NCCOP is mainly based on information that is classified. So how do you view this? Response. First of all, I would clearly prefer that NCCOP be exact and precise and well-founded in everything it is reporting and putting out. We understand that this is an organization that is rather new, that's still developing its ways of doing things. And for me, a learning curve is appropriate for an institution that we hope will be in place for decades in order to defend Canada's interests. Clearly, when NCCOP made its report, I asked the Minister for Public Safety to publish a response to the report, to explain, to thank NCCOP for its work, but also to explain that there were elements that we weren't perhaps perfectly aligned on, that might have been slightly erroneous. For me, the important debate is that which is taking place within the government with NCCOP that's learning. We're saying, well, maybe the next time we shouldn't go as far. These are adjustments to be made, and you are right in underscoring this. The idea of having a broad debate, a public debate on how NCCOP is working may not be valid, but there could be articles, analysis by journalists, etc., saying the minister stated this, NCCOP said this. I think that is part of the lived experience that we must all accumulate in areas of security, intelligence, and interference. Question. I have a question flowing from your response. And I don't want to prejudge the responses. As you know, we must also look at the NCCOP report, so I don't want to prejudge the conclusions we might reach. But do you see a risk here? Were there to be errors, as some have stated or identified, or if stronger terms will be used by NCCOP or by the intelligence community. Do you have a fear that the trust of people in these institutions might be harmed by a public report that can't be necessarily corrected, given the classified information involved? Answer: it was corrected by the response of the minister, underscoring the fact that there were elements that we disagree with as a government. And this process, well, clearly we won't always have a commission of inquiry on all of these reports, but I think that the learning process throughout the process will result in a situation where NCCOP and those who take a close look at these reports will be in a better position to judge the information and the analysis provided. I think we also must underscore the fact that there is rarely a very clear black and white analyses of these types of situations. There's always an approach based on analysis, reflection, debate, such that for me, if we have a broader perspective, even if it's not perfect, especially in the first years, this allows us to develop expertise that will be stronger in the coming years. Thank you. Second question, that becomes, in fact, the third question. You indicated that we must be very prudent before regulating or legislating with regard to nomination races, etc., involving the various political parties. And you added that what's important in your mind is that the political parties take into account the rules in place and respect their rigor. Would you have a suggestion with regard to the way these requirements should be imposed on political parties? Ideally, these wouldn't be rules imposed by legislation, imposed by a government, or even by Elections Canada. These would be rather expectations on the part of citizens for oversight and accountability vis-à-vis journalists. Members of parties also should require that the party demonstrate that it is following a rigorous system in order to protect itself, in order for voters to be able to evaluate the situation. There's no way of legislating. We could ask Elections Canada to take a closer look, but there are political parties. I mentioned the Marxist-Leninist Party, for example. There are parties, as I was saying, for which the rigor in their structure might be different from what we might expect from a party that would want to form the government or hold the balance of power in the House of Commons. We must be careful when requiring certain behaviors or processes on the part of a political party. We mustn't be creating barriers to the creation of political parties in a free and open democracy. We must be careful to always allow our democratic institutions to organize themselves with integrity vis-à-vis what they want to propose or oppose for the country. I'm not saying no, there's no way of doing this, but we must be extremely careful so as to not harm our democracy, hinder it. We must not hinder it as we seek to protect it. Thank you.
Question. So first one is Mr. Singh for the Sikh Coalition.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Trudeau, my name is Prabjot Singh for the Sikh Coalition. You spoke to Commission Council earlier about this intricate network of Canada-based Indian diplomats, senior government officials in India, and then the Lawrence Bishnoi gang, and who went on and engaged in violence in Canada. So before we move into some of the more substantive issues, I just want to clarify and confirm a couple of facts for the record. You spoke about a number of ways that diplomats covertly and illegally collected information on individuals in Canada, including threatening to revoke visas. Some of the information that was collected by diplomats was also done by coercion, including threats of violence against family members in India, correct?
I am very aware that there is an ongoing RCMP investigation and indeed trials and court cases on these issues. So I really would be hesitant to venture much further than I already have in which what I was saying was pretty much repeating what the RCMP announced on Monday. I wouldn't want to go further in characterizing things that are questions better asked of the RCMP.
Sure, that's totally fair. So the RCMP's press release and its comments at the press conference stated that organized crime was used to execute the violent activities to create a perception of an unsafe environment targeting the South Asian community in Canada. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I think you would agree that this is quite an alarming and intrusive attack on Canada. So this goes beyond simple disinformation and amplifying narratives in the media that Canada is unsafe. These individuals and government officials actually orchestrated violence to make people feel unsafe and come to that conclusion. Is that fair?
I'd actually say there seem to be two goals in this. One is, yes, to make Canadians, particularly South Asian Canadians, feel less safe here in their own country. But secondly, is actually to help prove a point that the Indian government has been trying to make about Canada for quite some time, that we are a country that doesn't take seriously violence or terrorism or incitements to hatred, which is entirely false, but failing an ability to point out how Canada has been supposedly failing to prevent violence, it seems like folks within the Indian government have decided to create violence and unlawfulness in Canada as a way of demonstrating the point that they are trying to make, that there is violence and unlawfulness in Canada. And I think that is exceptionally egregious as an approach to a neighboring sovereign democracy.
So you also indicated to Commission Council earlier that the diplomats were passing informations to officials at the highest level of the Indian government, who then would pass on the information to the criminal gangs to orchestrate the violence. So given that reality, this was not just a rogue operation of a few individuals that went off track. At some level, in some form, there was a clear policy decision that was authorized and directed by responsible members of the government of India to orchestrate this violence. Is that fair?
I think that is an extremely important question. And that is a question that actually we have been repeatedly asking the government of India to assist us on. And to get to the bottom of the question of whether it is or could be rogue elements within the government, or whether it was a more systematic endeavor for the government of India is exactly the kind of thing that for investigators here on the ground in Canada, it is somewhat removed from being able to uncover the internal machinations of the Indian government of who went wrong or who did this or who did that. That's why from the very beginning, we have been asking for India, the Indian government, to take these allegations seriously and proceed with their own investigations and work with us on figuring out exactly how these egregious violations of Canadian sovereignty actually happened.
Are you aware of public statements made by Prime Minister Modi in spring of this year where he said something to the effect of, today's India doesn't send dossiers to other countries to request assistance. Today's India will kill our enemies in their homes. Are you aware that that statement was made publicly by the Prime Minister?
That was a public statement that I am aware of. Maybe not in those exact words, but
sure,
as you say.
Something to that effect. So you spoke earlier about the geopolitical instability and context that we exist in right now and how it intersects with different foreign interference threats. So I think you would agree that the Modi government's autocratic behavior in terms of these specific violent acts that have been carried out over the past year or two is a threat not only to Canada's sovereignty and institutions, but a very real threat to the international rules-based order itself.
One of the reasons we have been so deeply engaged with our allies, particularly our Five Eyes allies of the United States, the UK, New Zealand, and Australia on this. We are a tight security partnership, us 5 countries, but also others, is because we are seeing right now around the world a pulling back of the rule of law, contesting of the international rules-based order. Whether it be Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, whether it be China's coercive diplomacy, as evidenced by the arresting of the arbitrary detention of 2 Michaels. Ensuring that amongst our community of nations, particularly democracies, that purport to be and aspire to be rule of law countries, that we be there to highlight and stand strongly against violations of international law is really important. So that if we don't have the rule of law and the international rules-based order at this particular complex moment in global history, then everyone becomes less safe and everyone is poised to suffer either economically or worse.
So that's a helpful kind of exposition on the rules-based order in general. The question was whether India's violent activities and attacks against Canada and Canadians, you would consider them a threat against the rules-based order and stability on the geopolitical stage,
I think
specifically with relation to these acts.
I think I have been very clear that Canada, as a country of the rule of law, will always stand up for the rules-based order, regardless of whether it is the arbitrary detention of 2 Michaels by China or actions that that the RCMP highlighted earlier this week that involves India government engaging in facilitating violence in Canada against Canadians. This is something we will always take very seriously.
So a significant amount of attention in the government's communications this week focused on disrupting India's capabilities. But in the context of a sustained campaign of violence that lasted at least a year, I would suggest that accountability for those responsible is crucial to deterring this kind of violence. So my question is about what steps Canada can and will take to ensure that the senior officials who actually orchestrated and authorized this are held accountable. Will Canada apply targeted sanctions against RAW, India's intelligence agency, as well as those officials found to be responsible in an investigation in order to push India to cooperate?
The primary driver of the government's actions in this case, and in most, if not all cases, is ensuring the safety and security of Canadians. That is one of our top foreign policy goals, always. And we will continue to look at things we can do to ensure that Canadians are safe in Canada and when they travel overseas. Many of our foreign policy positions have flowed from that, and that will always be the lens with which we look at any possible future decisions. And I'm not going to hypothesize about what steps we might need to be taking to keep Canadians safe. What I can say is the steps that we have taken so far have been focused on ensuring greater safety for Canadians, ensuring our ability to keep Canadians safe by disrupting networks that were causing significant violence to Canadians.
So I don't think that really answered the question about accountability, but I'm going to move on.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You mentioned Prime Minister Modi's comments to you in September 2023, urging Canada to arrest people who are outspoken against the Indian government. We've also heard evidence from CITE, from RCMP and Global Affairs that India seeks to influence Canadian policy to criminally prosecute Sikhs who advocate for Khalistan or otherwise criticize India. So yourself and the other witnesses have rightfully insisted that Canadian agencies already investigate any criminal activity, but that lawful political advocacy is protected by the Charter. So given that fact and that India engages in foreign interference with the objective of influencing Canadian policy in this regard, would you support suspending intelligence and information sharing agreements signed in 2018 that can be misused by the government of India to target Sikh activists engaging in lawful advocacy for Khalistan?
Let me be very clear once again. Canada's policy is around one India. We believe in the territorial integrity and the sovereignty of India. We respect that. We certainly expect India to respect the sovereignty of Canada, which in this case they have not. It is also extremely important that people who come to this country from every corner of the world understand that they are free to hold the political beliefs that they choose to when you're in Canada. We have a charter that protects people's freedom of expression, people's freedoms of political views. And that is not just a foundational principle of free democracies all around the world, but it's particularly important for Canada, that is a country to which people have come from every corner of the world, in some cases choosing to leave their home country because of political disagreements or other reasons. So defending the rights of people to hold political views that may be unpopular in their home country is a foundational responsibility for any Canadian government.
So will you consider suspending those intelligence and information sharing agreements that can be misused by the government of India to target Sikh activists, particularly considering the evidence we've seen that India engages in foreign interference and disinformation for that objective?
As I've said a number of times, we are not looking to provoke or create a fight with India. The Indian government made a horrific mistake in thinking that they could interfere as aggressively as they did in the safety and sovereignty of Canada. And we need to respond in order to ensure Canadians' safety. What other steps we will take will be determined in due course, but every step of the way, our single overarching priority is ensuring that we are keeping all Canadians safe.
So we heard this week that 6 diplomats have been expelled from Canada and sent back to India. But given the long history of Indian foreign interference, the intensity we've observed and learned about through this commission, and the fact that this appears to be, in some form, a conscious policy decision by the government of India, I think it's reasonable that there's concerns that when new diplomats come to replace those ones, that there's concerns that they might continue to engage in similar kinds of activities. So looking back at India's foreign interference activities, which have clearly escalated, I want to look forward and ask you to provide some insight to the Commission, because I think it's fair to say that the Government of Canada and Canadian agencies failed to detect India's activities before they occurred, before the assassination of Hardeep Singh and this campaign of violence, and whatever steps have been taken failed to deter India from continuing to engage in violence against Canada and in Canada. So can you provide some insight on what lessons you think have been learned by the government and agencies that can actually inform how Canada increases its capacity to detect that kind of activity and actually effectively deters it in the future?
Well, first of all, let me say that the issue of the Indian government as a possible source of foreign interference is not something that only appeared over the past weeks or even over the past year. Canadian intelligence agencies have been collecting that information for a number of years now. And as I said in an earlier answer this morning, we are constantly adapting and adjusting to shifting approaches by other states as they engage through different technologies, through different means, through different vectors into advancing their aims in Canada. And we will continue to learn and adjust as necessary to do what we must do to keep Canadians safe, to protect our institutions and our democracy.
Madam Commissioner, with your leave, I have one final question, if that's possible.
No, because you're 2 minutes over your time, and we have many this afternoon.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you. Counsel for Michael Chong.
Prime Minister, my client was here in September and gave evidence to the Commissioner. And one of the concerns that he expressed is that this country has become, in his words, a playground for foreign interference by states like PRC and India. Mr. Mendicino was here last week and disputed that phrase, playground of foreign interference. Given the revelations by the RCMP and by you, sir, on Monday, isn't Mr. Chong's assessment closer to the mark than Mr. Mendicino's?
No, I think it reinforces how wrong Mr. Chong is, because what this week has been all about is demonstrating the capacity and the reality that Canada has been both detecting foreign interference and acting on it. I would suggest that knowing about this and revealing it to the public and creating diplomatic malaise, to put it lightly, is an example of us pushing back strongly against attempts at interference in this country.
Not just attempts, sir, successful interference.
Yes.
You confirmed this morning that your government's assessment of the PRC's targeting of Michael Chong and his relations in Hong Kong is not foreign interference, but is instead lawful diplomatic activity. Sir, there were in 2021 4 intelligence products. We've only seen one of them, but there were 4 concerning PRC activities directed at my client, all coming from CSIS. The one that we've been able to see in some unredacted form is the famous IMU from the 31st of May, which I expect you've seen before. It says explicitly that CSIS regards there as being multiple threat actors, including the Ministry of State Security. Are you aware of that, sir? I can show you the document if it helps, but you may be familiar with it already.
I am
Commissioner, sorry, just before the Prime Minister answered, my friend said you confirmed this morning that the PRC's targeting of Chong was not foreign interference. My recollection is the Prime Minister testified that Zhao Wei's targeting of Chong was not foreign interference. So I believe that was the evidence the Prime Minister gave, but I stand to be corrected by my friend.
Yes. I was talking about Zhao Wei.
Yeah, it's much of a muchness to me, sir. So my point is this. The Ministry of State Security, you're familiar with that agency?
Yes.
Is there any such agency in this country?
I think drawing parallels between Canadian structures and the PRC structures is extremely difficult at best.
Yes, particularly in the case of the MSS, because it's a foreign intelligence agency, and we don't have one of those, right?
We have an intelligence agency that focuses on collection internationally, which is CSIS.
Right, right. But we don't send spies abroad, and we don't send secret police abroad. Isn't that right, sir?
I'm not going to speak to CSIS operations, but I can tell you there are CSIS employees all around the world.
So my point is this. The MSS is PRC's...
Or I'm missing something about
well, let
what
me get to
CSIS
it.
does.
MSS is PRC's equivalent of Russia's FSB or the Soviet Union's old KGB, or indeed India's RAW, the research and analysis.
Or the U.S.'s CIA.
Right. We don't have anything like that. My point, sir, is that if a diplomat, a so-called diplomat, Wei Zhou, in this country is sending information about a Canadian MP, 2 Canadian MPs as it turns out, back to MSS, not back to the foreign departments, not back to foreign affairs, but to China's spy agency, that, sir, is not lawful diplomacy. Don't you agree with that?
Oh, yeah, I'll say 2 things about that. First of all, I'm not entirely certain that you understand what CSIS is, if not Canadians' agency for collecting intel overseas. And secondly, in terms of the analysis of what Zhao Wei or others were doing, I am obviously not an expert in the hierarchies within the People's Republic of China's various agencies. But what I can say is I defer to CSIS's conclusions on these because they are the intelligence agency that provides me information, provides us information on foreign activities, particularly bad actors. CSIS's conclusion in this case that we've seen before this commission is that the actions that Zhao Wei engaged in regards to your client did not constitute foreign interference. Now, I am reporting that. I am not the person who made the analysis and determination that it was on one side of the line or others. I have confidence in our agencies that do make that determination, however.
Sir, Zhao Wei was not a lawful diplomat. He was a foreign intelligence agent. He was a Chinese spy. Do you accept that?
I accept when I will state that he was ejected from Canada because he was no longer able to even carry the role of diplomat, which was his overt role, but I also explained that there were situations in which CSIS has concluded that he engaged in foreign interference activities, albeit not towards your client, Michael Chong.
So I put it to you that Zhao Wei was outed as a foreign spy, not by your government, but by the Globe and Mail.
There is no question that the criminal who leaked the information to the media had a role to play in our decision to expel Michael Chong. But as I said, expel Zhao Wei. But there were three factors that went into that decision to declare him persona non grata. One was the escalating tensions between Canada and China, where they, despite repeated attempts, refused to decrease or stop their interference activities. Two was the fact that Zhao Wei was indeed, and this perhaps goes to your contention, was engaged in foreign interference activities, albeit not towards Michael Chong. And three was the fact that his name was plastered across the newspapers, made it impossible for him to continue to be a diplomat in Canada.
NSICOP reports that CSIS identified Zhao Wei as a candidate for expulsion in 2019, several years before the Globe and Mail story. But your government let him stay here. Nothing was done about him, and you, on your own evidence, had never even heard of him until you read about him in the Globe that morning. I put it to you, sir, that as head of government, you ought to have known who Zhao Wei was and what was going on. Should someone not have informed you about his activities?
As I've said a number of times, in my role as Prime Minister, I need to know the behavior of China. I need to know the behavior of India. I need to know the behavior of Russia in regards to Canada, in regards to Canadians, in regards to Canadian interests. I do not need to know the operational details to be able to establish and empower the agencies to actually go after that. Now, I need to know the type of things they are doing, but knowing the actual name of the individual, there are such a large number of names that I trust and count on my intelligence agencies to do the follow-ups on the dozens of diplomats that they must keep a close eye on across the country at all given times. And me sitting with a list of names of potential problematic people does nothing to help keep Canadians safe in the role that I have.
But, sir, it goes well beyond particular names, because what you weren't told was that there was a debate raging in your government between CSIS on the one hand and Global Affairs on the other. CSIS assessed that these activities, we see it in the 2021 IMU, were threats to the security of Canada. CSIS conducted a TRM of Michael Chong on the 2nd of May for that same reason. Meanwhile, Mr. Morrison...
Excuse me, it was not a TRM.
It was a defensive briefing, actually. I misspoke this morning, so you caught me on that. It was a defensive briefing to Michael Chong, not a threat reduction measure, which is apparently an important distinction. But
Well, I'll leave that for now. I thought Mr. Chong's evidence was that he was informed by CSIS it was a TRM. In any event.
That was after the leaks.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
yes.
I believe that was a TRM. It was the earlier ones that were defensive.
On the 2nd of May, 2023, that was a TRM.
2023, yes.
Precisely. So you've got the security service on the one side assessing that these are foreign threats, this is foreign interference. You've got Mr. Morrison and Jody Thomas, Global Affairs, saying, no, you've misunderstood, this is consistent with the Vienna Convention. What you ought to have known, but were never told, sir, was that there was this debate going on and that it was causing disagreements between agencies about how to properly analyze and characterize particular instances. Michael Chong happens to be one. There may very well have been others. Someone ought to have told you that. And so I want to push back on this notion that we've heard from other witnesses. And
actually, let me push back on that right there, that I testified earlier today that I am fully aware and indeed regularly apprised of tension of constructive, creative tension, of disagreements of perspective between diplomats and spies, or between our Global Affairs Canada and
But sir, no one told you before May 2023 that there was a dispute in your government about whether Zhao Wei was acting lawfully or illegally.
You're right, not about this particular person.
That's my point.
But about a range of diplomats from many different countries who are engaged in questionable activities that we have to make determinations around which ones and when we kick out, knowing full well that as soon as we PNG anyone, we lose diplomats on the other side who are not engaged in subterfuge. So there are many factors that go into when one takes a PNG decision. If we were to kick out every single diplomat who raised concerns, we wouldn't have any diplomats and therefore no representation in any of our adversarial countries. And part of diplomacy is making sure that we do have people there, and the price of that is having people here. Now, what our intelligence agencies are constantly doing, as you're pointing out, is keeping an eye, metaphorically or actually, on many of these people, while engaging in an ongoing dialogue, sometimes a debate, with Global Affairs Canada to ensure that we're getting that balance right of protecting Canadians and allowing the work that Canadians are doing overseas in these countries to continue to further protect Canadians.
Sir, you've characterized this debate as a good thing in your words this morning. Other witnesses have come and called it a healthy debate. I want to suggest to you that it wasn't a healthy debate. Having a debate about what foreign interference means and where the line is between that and lawful diplomacy is fine to a point. But at a certain point where one of your agencies is saying one thing and the other one is saying the other, someone has to come to you as the head of government and say, we have this dispute. It's causing us trouble in operationalizing particular instances, my client's instance being one, but no doubt there were others. Someone should have come to you, the NSIA should have come to you and said, Prime Minister, we've got this difference of opinion. We want you to know both sides, and we need your guidance. But no one ever did that, and so you were left in the dark.
But that is exactly why the authority for PNGing someone rests in the Minister of Foreign Affairs' office, and she was very much closer to this debate because it is her responsibility. And when the decision was elevated to, okay, we should possibly and probably PNG this individual, then I was brought in as part of the discussion around that, recognizing that it was her authority to do.
Sir, when the story came out in the Globe and Mail, Mr. Morrison explained to us that Global Affairs went back, looked at its records, found that, in fact, CSIS had been raising alarms about Wei Zhao's activities years before, but they had never, in Mr. Morrison's words, moved beyond the working level, meaning they somehow had not come to the attention of leaders within Global Affairs. So again, I say to you that this is a failing of this government to take serious situations and serious debates about what's foreign interference and what isn't, and actually resolve them. It's all well and good to debate them, but at a certain point, a judgment has to be made, and someone has to give governance and guidance about how things should proceed. And that wasn't done until we read about it in the Globe and Mail
on the contrary,
2nd of May.
Choosing to not act is a judgment. The fact that it wasn't determined in those previous moments that the threshold for PNG had been met was an active decision. Yes, you can act by PNGing someone, but you can also act by saying, no, we're going to keep this individual under surveillance. We're going to keep keep them within what we know. I can't speak to whether or not there is active surveillance on any individual or not, but continue to be aware of this individual and what they are doing, because it has purpose. Finding out when that right line is and when that moment is not something to be taken lightly, and it is something that rests on the collected and collective expertise of people who've been working in the security and intelligence domain for years to develop the expertise on when that timing is right.
So It wasn't a matter of you choosing not to act when it came to Weizhou. You didn't know you had a choice before you at all.
But the act is not mine. The act is not mine. I do not determine when someone should be
Well, the same goes for Madame Joly.
Then you can ask Madame Joly about that.
Just a moment. I think just wait for him to answer. And same thing on your side, just wait for the question.
We go back to debating days at McGill, so there's a little bit of back and forth there.
My point, sir, was that there's no evidence that this was put before Madame Joly or whoever the foreign minister was at the time either. It all came to a head because of the leak. And what I'm suggesting, you have rightly said, that the leak is criminal. Absolutely right. Should not have happened. But this debate, which I say is not healthy, but was festering in your government, boiled over with someone taking the law into their own hands, what they ought never to have done, and revealing all this to the world. And only then did you react. There was nothing proactive. That's my concern, sir.
Well, the issue with the criminal who leaked this information is they got it wrong in what they leaked. And regardless of what's in the newspapers or not, it is incumbent upon a serious, responsible government not to react to partisan attacks or erroneous but salacious headlines, but to react on the substance of things. And that's exactly what we did when we, as a government collectively, in the person of the foreign minister, made the determination that it was time to PNG Zhao Wei.
So you seem to be suggesting that Michael Chong overreacted in worrying about his relations in Hong Kong.
No, not at all.
Well, that is what you're suggesting.
No, I am suggesting that confronted with or faced with a leak that is itself erroneous, that suggests that China has threatened with violence his family, as the inference of the leak and the subsequent headlines were, Mr. Chong had every right to be concerned and even outraged, as did everyone, as were we, by the idea that his family had been threatened with direct physical violence, which is what the leak and the leaker suggested. We now know that that is wrong, and that is why it is really important that governments act based on actual analysis and actual intelligence and evaluation of that intelligence, and not just what appears, as you say, in the Globe and Mail.
Well, sir, I told Mr. Clow this yesterday, and I'll say it to you. Mr. Chong does not share your seeming confidence that his relatives in Hong Kong will never be coerced or threatened or even physically harmed by that state. It is not a rule of law democracy. It is not a state that has a track record of respecting people's freedom of conscience, freedom of political thought. And so these concerns that he has, whether they are based in intelligence that was misinterpreted in the Globe and Mail or not, are legitimate and fair. And you seem to be wanting to downplay them, and I want to push back on that.
I am not downplaying them in the least. What I am saying is, as a responsible government, as a government that is making decisions about how best to protect Canadians, including and especially parliamentarians, we need to rely on the best intelligence and evidence and analysis and recommendations of our security agencies. And that is what we have leaned on in terms of concluding what threats were there on Mr. Chong and what positions and postures we should take because of it. We are a country that leans on its intelligence agencies, not on criminals leaking things to newspapers.
One final point, sir. The evidence repeatedly has been that other parts of the government have not relied on CSIS's warnings. In fact, the Minister of Public Safety doesn't even seem to have received them, or certainly didn't read them. The same is true of the NSIA. The same seems to be true of the Clerk of the Privy Council. So it's all well and good for you to say we're a country that respects our security agencies. The evidence, sir, has been that the security agency has been sidelined, and the concerns it's been trying to raise have been neglected and sometimes not even read.
I think much of what we have demonstrated through this commission as a government is that we have taken seriously from the very first day threats to national security through creating things that Mr. Chong was opposed to, like the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians. But I would suggest if Mr. Chong wanted to be part of an organization that was taking security seriously, he implore his leader, Pierre Poilievre, to get a security briefing so he can hear directly from CSIS on the challenges threatening his institution, the Conservative Party of Canada.
I'll take that advice back to him. Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. Next one is Council for Andong.
Commissioner, we have no questions for the Prime Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council for Erin O'Toole.
Thank you, Commissioner. My name is Tom Jarman, Counsel for Erin O'Toole. I'm going to start with a question to which I expect your counsel will object, but it's a process we have to go through. So Section 21 of the CSIS Act creates a statutory process whereby the agency requests the minister to approve an application to federal court for a warrant. And in the course of that warrant, it's supported by an affidavit. That affidavit sets out the affiant's knowledge of the target and the affiant's reasonable expectations of the names of the individuals whose communications will be intercepted. I'll ask you, first of all, has anyone ever advised you of the name of an individual who's been mentioned in a warrant?
We would object to the question on the grounds of national security confidentiality in line with the objections made yesterday to the same question.
I've actually got a question for you, sir. In your reading of that specific act, what is the role of the Prime Minister in the granting of warrants for CSIS?
Well, in fact, I was going to make that point, is that neither the Prime Minister nor the Prime Minister's office is named in the CSIS Act or is even part of the warrant process. And so the question we're seeking to have answered is whether or not that information was passed on to your staff yesterday and yourself today. But I take the objection.
So the question is no.
Thank you. And I'd like to also the follow-on questions: who passed on the information, the context of the discussion, and what was done with that information, if the answer is yes. Thank you.
So it's noted.
We maintain the objection.
Yes, I appreciate that. In the course of your direct examination this morning, Commission Counsel took you to 3 items in which permission of yourself was sought by CSIS to brief parliamentarians. And for one reason or another, that issue never rose to your attention. And I guess the first question I would ask, to use your own words, what can the public service conclude when your office refuses to decide something? Because choosing to decide is a choice.
Well, first of all, in terms of those 3 instances, the third instance never actually materialized, so it's not an issue. The first instance got interrupted by the pandemic after a few months, and I think everyone can understand that. And the second instance, as my staff testified to yesterday, was busy being worked on by my staff until the point of the election call. They actually had, my office had questions back on that referred to briefing of non-parliamentarians who would be in an important role. So it was being worked on and didn't end up getting to me as the staff testified yesterday.
And in fact, this morning you said that the CSIS could well have gone to the Minister of Public Safety to have raised these matters with him because they had direct access to him. Is that that's consistent with your recollection?
Yes, the Minister of Public Safety is the minister responsible for CSIS, and they have regular meetings.
But I put it to you that this is just one instance of a pattern throughout this file in which CSIS doesn't go to the Minister of Public Safety. It goes to your office to seek approval with respect to matters. Is that accurate?
I'm not as I can say with clarity that CSIS usually and often does go to its ministers. There are moments in which CSIS works directly with my office or orbit in the person of the National Security and Intelligence Advisor, but it is all part of the work that CSIS does.
There are at least 5 occasions that we're aware of where approval has been requested by the public service of actions either by your office or by Minister Blair or by Ms. Astravas. And the issue is raised, well, the public service didn't come back and raise the issue again. Is that actually a justifiable response when the public service asks for a decision?
Given the volume of work done by the public service, the number of requests to go through, it is usual for something that is particularly urgent or important to be elevated by the asking department when a certain amount of time is taken on responding to a file. As I said, the clerk raises that to me. The NSIA could raise that to me in any of our regular meetings, just like CSIS could raise it with the minister.
So if they don't ask twice, it's not important?
No. If they find that the usual course of affairs is taking longer than is necessary or than would be optimal for this particular issue they're concerned about, they will flag it and it will be prioritized.
I assume you've reviewed the Commission's first phase report and would agree with me that, in fact, foreign interference has been a serious problem in Canada since at least 2019.
Yes, that's why in 2018 we actually took a significant step on foreign interference and created the G7 Rapid Response Mechanism. This is something that we've been working on from the very beginning in terms of protecting Canada's democracy and national security.
So I'm going to touch on something that Mr. Van Oort raised, but from a different perspective. We've heard evidence from Mr. Morrison, Mr. Vigneault, and the Deputy Ministers of Public Safety about this conflict of views about what exactly constitutes foreign interference. If it's been a problem for 5 years, why does it take until July of 2024 for the deputy ministers to sit down and come to a common understanding of what foreign interference is?
Because when it comes to a matter like foreign interference, it is one thing to have a clear definition, which is actions of a nature that are either clandestine or illegal or covert by foreign government agents on Canadian soil or in Canadian institutions. It's another thing entirely to make informed judgments around whether something is simply interference, simply influence, or interference. And those debates they're not a bug of the process, they're a feature of the process. They are essential to continue to make sure we are adjusting to the new technologies, the new vectors of interference, the new realities as more countries do different things and other countries do less.
For you, Prime Minister, maybe I just don't understand, but since 2019, this has been a serious problem, and it's only in July of 2024 that the senior deputy ministers on this file are sitting down to come to a common understanding of what particular instance are foreign interference. And in fact, they never raised the issue with their ministers.
I completely object to your characterization of this. We started to become preoccupied with foreign interference during the 2016 U.S. presidential election, where it was obvious that foreign interference was a reality. We then saw it in the Brexit referendum in the UK. We saw it in the 2017 French presidential election, which is why we built the site task force and the panel of 5 to be able to defend Canada's election integrity and ensure that the subsequent elections in Canada in 2019, 2021, and all future elections are free from the foreign interference that impacts their outcomes. That is why we have taken, that is a demonstration, and there are many more, of how we have taken seriously foreign interference from the very beginning. Like G7 in 2018 had a significant mechanism created around that, and we've continued to do more and more on that. So I can't speak to some meeting of deputy ministers that may or may not have happened at the right time. That is something for the officials involved to ask about.
Well, I appreciate that the government is using the word foreign interference with respect to its discussions from 2016 on. But if there's not a common understanding about what those words mean, how can the government be actually doing anything?
I'm sorry, at the danger of repeating myself, when we created the rapid response mechanism for the G7, to be housed in Canada around our 2018 Charlevoix G7, there was a clear understanding that acting against foreign interference was a goal that we set out and actually took concrete action on. So I would completely refuse your contention that we didn't know what foreign interference was and weren't acting on it from the earliest days of this government.
I conclude with this question. When there's this fundamental disagreement in 2022 between Mr. Morrison, who at that time was acting as our NSIA, and Mr. Vigneault, who was the director of CSIS, about what constitutes foreign interference, why wasn't the issue raised to the Minister of Public Safety and the Minister of Global Affairs to sort out?
I don't know that it wasn't raised. I can certainly say that discussions around foreign interference were ongoing within many departments in this country, in this government, particularly those of foreign affairs and public safety, as well as being raised within my office and at PCO.
Well, there's certainly no evidence of that dispute being raised in the disclosed document, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chaudhry or Ms. Kakar for Jenny Kwan, it's Mr. Chaudhry.
Thank you, Commissioner. Prime Minister, good afternoon. Prime Minister, I'd like to ask you some questions about a different topic, and it's about foreign interference in political party nomination processes. So it picks up a bit on some of the points that Ms. Chaudhry made and also the Commissioner raised with you when we came back. And so I'd like, if we could, to take the Prime Minister to Witness Statement 106, to PDF page 10, and particularly to paragraph 36. Mr. Prime Minister, this is one of your statements. So, great, thank you. So, Prime Minister, your evidence here is that you noted that political parties are not unique in their vulnerability to foreign interference from hostile actors. Universities, research institutions, and businesses are also targets. And so I want to dig into that a bit and ask you a question about that statement. And so in your testimony this morning briefly, and also I think a bit more in your witness statements, you talked about Bill C-70, didn't you?
Yes.
And I think it's fair to say that you'd regard Bill 70 as, let's say, a signature piece of legislation from your government on foreign interference.
Anytime we, as a government or as a parliament, pass measures around national security, they tend to be significant.
So with leave of the Commissioner, I've advised our friends from the Department of Justice regarding this. I hope they don't object. I'd like to take you to the version of Bill 70 we have in the database, because there's a provision about it that I'd like to ask you about if I could.
It's fine if there's no objection.
No objection.
Yeah, thank you. And so it's Commission 382. And in particular, it's a long bill, as you know. And so it's page 37 that I'd like to go to. And it's the part of it of that, there's a heading on that page, which is political interference for a foreign entity. So if we could go to section 20.4. Yes. And so, Prime Minister, I imagine it's been a while since you've read this, so I'd like you to refresh your memory. So there is 20.4 sub 1 creates a new offense, which is titled influencing political or governmental processes or process. And that's the phrase I want to ask you a couple of questions about. It's the phrase a political or governmental process, and it actually appears in that provision 4 lines down. Do you see it?
Yes.
And I know you're not a lawyer, but you are a member of parliament, and this is the bill of your government. So,
yes.
so I'm going to ask you the best I can about this provision. And so if we could scroll down to the next page. The term, there's some definitions here, and if we could scroll on a bit more, please. Great, that's terrific, thank you. And so there's a definition of what a political or governmental process is, and so it's a 6-part definition. But what I want to draw your attention to, Prime Minister, is that it includes in that definition not just the holding of an election, so electoral interference, let's say, would be captured by this, but also the nomination of a candidate or the development of an electoral platform by a political party. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'd now like to take you away from this document and take you to the NSICOP report, which I know the Commissioner also asked you about. And this is Commission Document 363. And if we could please go to page 38 of the PDF. And paragraphs 69 to 70. So that's perfect, thank you. And so Prime Minister, just to confirm, you have read the NSICOP report, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, including the classified version?
Yes.
Okay, and so these paragraphs, 69 and 70, appear in a section called Exploiting Vulnerabilities in Political Party Governance and Administration. And so I just want to confirm, have you read this part of the report?
Yes.
Good. And so I want to ask you a couple of questions about it, if I may. So is there any reason to disagree with NSICOP's conclusion at the beginning of paragraph 69, and I'll quote, which is that foreign actors covertly supported or opposed candidates by exploiting vulnerabilities in political party governance and administration?
Yes.
You disagree with that?
Yeah.
Could you give me a bit more detail?
This is a very general and broad statement that from the CSIS analysis that I've seen, there have been instances where yes, we know that there were attempts at foreign interference in various political party processes and nominations, and that's something that we talked about in the last public hearings as well. But I tend to disagree with the word exploiting vulnerabilities in political party governance administration. Not that there aren't vulnerabilities in everything, but that emphasis makes it seem like some of the choices that political parties have made are only vulnerabilities and not strengths within the political process.
Well, so, Prime Minister, there's a couple of follow-up questions I want to ask you about your answer, if I may. So the first is, I saw your evidence in the witness statements. It wasn't discussed this morning, but I think it's fair to say that the view you expressed is that any regulation of internal political party governance has to accept that there's a trade-off between hardening those institutions and processes, to use a security sector term,
yes,
and dampening participation and inclusion.
Yes.
That's fair,
yes,
correct?
Very much.
Right. And so, but the framing of that trade-off in your evidence does concede that that hardening might need to be done because those institutions do have vulnerabilities. Isn't that fair?
Yes, which is why I lean heavily towards the hardening being done by the political party itself in an open, responsible, and transparent way, rather than have external bodies come and try and constrict or limit the operations of a political party.
Good, and we'll get to that just in a minute. But before we do, there's another follow-up point I want to make, and then I want to ask you some questions here about these paragraphs. So you did point out that NSICOP relied on CSIS intelligence products in reaching this conclusion. I just want to...
And in some cases extrapolated a bit from CSIS products.
Fair, and Prime Minister, as you know, I can't ask you a question about that. But
CSIS testified to the fact that there were inconsistencies and inaccuracies in the NSICOP report.
With respect to specific allegations involving parliamentarians, but not specifically about these paragraphs, Prime
Because
Minister.
they weren't asked to weigh in on these.
Sure, and so we don't know what their view is on these paragraphs.
You don't.
Yeah, I don't. And I take it, well, unless you're telling us they do, I don't think we have evidence from CSIS. So let's leave it at that, shall we? And so Prime Minister, just for the record, there are footnoted CSIS reports or intelligence products from 3 different years that are relied on by the NSICOP in this section. You agree with that?
That sounds reasonable.
Okay, and so what I want to do is to ask you some specific questions. So about what NSICOP represents as vulnerabilities, and to ask you whether you agree or disagree. So the first vulnerability NSICOP identifies is in paragraph 69. It's 5 lines down, and it says, first, many ridings are considered safe seats, so winning the nomination is akin to winning the subsequent election without having to interfere in the election itself. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
Well, that there are fewer of them in the case of my own party, but there are safe seats in the country.
And the statement that NSICOP makes is that...
was a joke. You guys can laugh.
Because there are safe seats, interfering in the nomination makes interfering in the election for that seat unnecessary. Is that a fair... That's what NSICOP's view is. Do you agree with that statement, yes or no?
I wouldn't characterize how foreign governments would choose to interfere or not, or whether it's worth interfering in one place or not. There are many different goals that they might have, so I'm not entirely sure of what you mean by the question.
Okay, well, I'm just asking if you agree with NSICOP's statement there, yes or no. It's a simple question.
I agree with the first part of it. Many ridings are considered safe seats, so winning the nomination is akin to winning the subsequent election. If you put a period on that one, I absolutely agree with that statement. The without having to interfere in the election itself isn't, putting my English teacher hat back on, isn't necessarily, makes a whole bunch of sense as a sentence out of the context of the rest of the paragraph.
Well, Prime Minister, I'm not NSICOP, just as you're not CSIS, but I think we can say that for the record, I think NSICOP was saying that if the nomination is really what's at issue in a seat, if a state interferes with that nomination process, it need interfere in the election itself.
If it interferes successfully in getting the outcome that they are trying to achieve, then yes, if it's a safe seat, whoever ends up getting the nomination has a better chance than expected to win the seat.
Good. Yes. Fair. So let's go to the second vulnerability of the 3 that NSICOP identifies. Second, nomination processes are not directly regulated or safeguarded by federal, provincial, or territorial legislation enforcement bodies, such as the Commissioner of Canada Elections. And so that's the second statement they make. As a result, the likelihood and consequences of the detection of such activities are low. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
I disagree with that statement.
And why do you disagree with that statement?
Because political parties, well, I can specifically speak for my own, the Liberal Party has established a very robust system of overseeing nominations, particularly contested nominations that often happen, as you point out, in safer seats where it is expected that whoever wins the nomination has a unusually high chance of becoming the MP in that seat. We have had to develop over the years, particularly in 2015, where all of our nominations were potentially open nominations. We had to develop very rigorous processes, and not uniquely or only or even specifically to counter foreign interference, but to make sure that that various outside groups or community organizations who would mobilize individuals were doing so in a way consistent with the rules of both Elections Canada around financing, because there are rules around nominations, around the money that goes into nominations, but also the rules of the Liberal Party around who can be a member, who can vote, and who's eligible to vote.
Well, then that actually leads to my next question, Prime Minister, which is in paragraph 70. If you look 6 lines down, NSICOP reports the following. It says, CSIS assesses that it is relatively easy to fraudulently add voters who live outside a riding to a nomination process's voter list with inaccurate addresses. It is also reportedly relatively easy to show an altered phone bill with the wrong address or a fraudulent letter from a school in order to vote in a nomination. Do you agree or disagree with that statement?
That issue of accurate or inaccurate addresses is something that comes up not just in the context of foreign interference, but in the context of the push and pull of internal party processes where one candidate who is keen on winning the election may try and bring in people who live outside the riding, which means that we have developed, not infallible, but strong processes whereby we oversee, the party oversees the registration process and also has the possibility of legal counsel for the various candidates to oversee the nomination process and challenge the result if they feel that it was contested. So we have structures in place in the party to oversee that. Now, can those structures be strengthened? I have no doubt, and this is something that I'm entirely open for parties to be working with CSIS and the Commission on. What I will say is I'm speaking right now to the way the Liberal Party manages contested nominations. I have no idea how the NDP or the Conservatives manage their contested nominations, and perhaps having the Commission look into a certain amount of transparency on that by the parties might be a good idea.
Commissioner, I have many more questions, but I'm out of time. Prime Minister, thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. De Luca for the Conservative Party.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. Am I correct that you have top-level security clearance in government by virtue of your office?
Yes.
Do you know which minister is responsible for the communications security establishment, sir?
Yes.
Minister of Defense?
Yes.
Do you know Ms. Zita Astravas, sir?
Yes.
She worked on each of your Liberal Party election campaigns in 2015, 2019, and 2021, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she worked in your PMO office as your Director of Issues Management until 2017, is that correct?
That sounds right, yes.
Are you aware that she was Chief of Staff to Minister Blair in 2021 in the lead-up to the 2021 election campaign?
Yes, that sounds right.
And the Commissioner has heard that a politically sensitive warrant application that would have empowered CSIS to investigate foreign interference languished on Ms. Astravas's desk for approximately 54 days in the lead-up to the 2021 election. Are you aware of that fact?
I believe there are questions about the dates involved.
Does that mean that you disagree with the overall time period of 54 days?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, in your understanding?
My understanding, it was a number of days before it was a number of days within those 54 days before I'd ever got near Ms. Astor-Vass's desk.
Okay.
But again, these are things that I have learned over the course of the various testimonies over these past days, not anything I was aware of at the time.
Okay, have you heard the figure 54 days at all in connection with these proceedings?
I've heard that you used it yesterday.
Okay, and if that time period is correct, 54 days, have you learned at all, or do you have any understanding as to whether that length of time for the processing of a CSIS application for minister approval for a warrant is ordinary, out of the ordinary, extraordinarily out of the ordinary? Have you formed any view on that?
Because I have, as Prime Minister, absolutely no involvement in the process whereby CSIS is granted warrants, I have no frame to conclude on that. What I can lean on is, I believe the director of CSIS raised that there was no flags about the timelines involved.
Okay. Mr. Blair remains in cabinet today, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And he serves as the Minister of National Defense today, doesn't he?
Yes.
Okay. Just give me a second. And has Minister Blair or anyone in his office at the time that he was Minister for Public Safety faced any consequences for the fact that that warrant application we've come to know did languish in that office for what I'm going to suggest to you is a period of 54 days?
Like I said, the director of CSIS himself testified that he had no issues with the timelines involved, and I can certainly say that I continue to have full confidence in everyone involved.
Okay. I want to switch subjects. You leveled some criticism and professed bewilderment at the leader of the CPC this morning not agreeing to receive a security clearance. Is that correct?
Yes.
Am I correct, sir, that Mr. Poilievre has said that the reason he does not wish to receive the security clearance is because he does not want to be constrained in terms of the use he can make of the information that he would receive?
I don't believe that was his argument. I believe his argument was that he wouldn't be able to talk about the information he received.
How is that different than what I just said?
Because as leader of a political party, you have many, many tools at your disposal to act on information you receive. You can choose to not sign the nomination of a candidate who is under a cloud of suspicion. You can choose to not elevate them to a critic's position. You can choose to not promise to make them a minister one day. You can you can choose which committees they sit on. A leader of a party has many tools that they can use that are not requiring him to speak publicly about his knowledge. The leader of a party has quite a bit of power over what happens within that party, and that's why the ultimate decision maker in a political party should always be the leader.
Are you aware that there are other security cleared individuals within the CPC that can and do receive regular security briefings?
I think you're speaking of Ian Todd, the Chief of Staff?
Among others, yes.
I can't help but imagining how people would react if I sort of sat back and said, well, no, Katie Telford got cleared on this information. She made a determination about who could run for me or not, and I don't need to worry about that sort of stuff. Canadians didn't elect, or Conservative Party members didn't select Mr. Todd to make decisions about who could run for the Conservative Party of Canada. They expect Mr. Poilievre to take those decisions, but he has decided that he doesn't want to take those decisions.
Sir, just over the lunch break, and you didn't mention Mr. Todd at all in the bombshell disclosure that you made today, but just over the lunch break, in light of that, in response to your news this morning that you were aware of a number of CPC parliamentarians and former parliamentarians that are at risk of being compromised by foreign interference, Mr. Todd has advised that he has received a number of top secret briefings from the security establishment, and in none of these briefings has the name of any Conservative parliamentarian or candidate, past or present, been brought to the attention of Mr. Todd. Why is that?
You'd have to ask CSIS for that, but my supposition is that Mr. Todd is not the one who is responsible for determining what candidates can run or not for the Conservative Party of Canada, that it would be the leader. And much of the information that is handed out to various individuals with security clearances is determined on their need-to-know basis.
You indicated today, as I indicated earlier, in a very public forum and in a very public manner, your knowledge of the names of CPC parliamentarians and the risk that they risk being compromised by foreign interference. Am I correct, sir, that one way that you could arrange for those threats to be mitigated is through the use of threat reduction measures under Section 12.1 of the CSIS Act?
Threat reduction measures are tools that CSIS has used regularly in many cases regarding different parliamentarians, and it is very possible that a number of those parliamentarians will have had visits from CSIS and either defensive briefings or others to try and mitigate the risks that they are going through. That is different from a leader choosing to willfully remain ignorant of very serious contentions, including by the NSICOP, that the leadership race that elevated him to leader was compromised by foreign interference.
And if the tool of the TRMs were used, you couldn't use the Leader of the Opposition's reluctance to obtain security clearance as an excuse not to provide that information to the CPC. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry, I'm not following. Can you rephrase the question?
Sure. If someone wanted to get this information, this information about the names of the parliamentarians, for example, because of some imminent threat to the leader of the CPC, TRMs could be used, and in that event, it wouldn't be necessary for the leader of the CPC to obtain security clearance.
No, you're entirely wrong on that. If you were to know that a certain candidate had a high degree of exposure to foreign interference and vulnerability, either witting or unwitting, giving a threat reduction measure to that candidate would not necessarily, and quite frankly, in my experience, highly unlikely to have the candidate spontaneously decide to step down as either a candidate or a member of parliament and not run in the next election. That is a determination that only a leader can make, looking at the vulnerabilities of that candidate, looking at the behavior, and to use the words of the NSIA, potentially poor judgment or inappropriate behavior or untrustworthiness. Those are the kinds of things that only a leader can actually ensure for the team that they're building, and potentially future ministerial elevations that would then have to run into a security clearance process that would stop them like a brick wall. Knowing that as a leader, as you are hoping to become Prime Minister of this country, would seem to be a very basic bar to hit if you want to take national security seriously.
But the underlying premise of that answer you just gave is that the TRM can only be directed at the person affected and not the leader of the opposition. Isn't that correct? The TRM could be directed to Mr. Poilievre.
The identities of the people involved are themselves classified and available to only those with top secret clearances. So certainly CSIS could go to the leader of the opposition and say, you really have to be careful to instruct all of your MPs to stay away from this country or to be concerned about diplomats from that country or not accept money, or not accept support from these particular diplomats, but the TRM would be unable to identify which of those individuals are in question unless the leader chose to get a security clearance to be able to hear those names. And the fact that the leader does not leaves him in a position of being unable to protect the integrity of his party.
I'm going to suggest that you're wrong on your understanding of the law as to what a TRM can and can't do and who it can be directed to. And I'm going to suggest that the fact that you leveled this accusation earlier today and didn't mention the possibility of a TRM was just for the purpose of grandstanding here today.
On the contrary, threat reduction measures are regularly used to highlight to people potential vulnerabilities. But having watched many, having known a number of parliamentarians who went through TRMs, they often come out of TRMs with a general sense of having to be more careful. But specifics are often not given, and there is no guarantee that a TRM to the leader of the party would include the names of the people most at risk or most engaged in potentially problematic activity. And that's why the refusal of the leader to actually access the intelligence on those names is, as I said, bewildering.
Do you agree that often when CSIS or some other security agency shares classified information, the recipient is severely constrained in what he or she can do with that information?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, your own chief of staff yesterday gave evidence that the recipient of that information would not be able to use that information in any manner. Do you agree with that?
No, I disagree, because the party leader can choose to not allow someone to run for them for any number of reasons, knowing in the back of your mind that this is the real reason, but giving it as an example, I'd actually prefer to have this other person run instead, or you had sketchy business dealings in the past, that means we're not going to go with you. There are all sorts of reasons that do not prove injurious to national security. The leader has a level of power over who runs and what roles they have that doesn't require them to explain themselves. So again, the choice that Mr. Poilievre has made to not avail himself of available information, of readily available information to him if he were to get a security clearance and choose to take national security issues seriously, is unfortunate and shows a lack of seriousness around national security.
And in your salacious testimony earlier today, you mentioned that you're aware of the names of past and present Conservative parliamentarians, former parliamentarians, candidates that are in risk of being compromised by foreign interference. I'd like to ask you, are you aware of the names of any Liberal parliamentarians, former parliamentarians or candidates that are at risk of being compromised by FI?
Yes, and for other parties as well, because I have access to large amounts of information.
Right. You didn't mention those today, right?
We spent an entire session the last time we had a public hearing talking about concerns and named individuals that that CSIS and intelligence agencies had within the Liberal Party. Don Valley North comes to mind as a riding. So as I have said many times, there have been actions taken and choices made based on information we got because I had that security clearance. Right. Mr. Poilievre has decided not to get that security clearance, so he can't even know how to begin or not to make decisions regarding that information.
Okay, so you've acknowledged Mr. Dong. I want to see if you can help us with, in connection with the warrant application that we were talking about earlier, that I was talking about earlier with you, can you confirm that either the target of the information or one or more of the individuals on the Van Wienen list were Liberal operatives, sir?
We object to that question on the grounds of national security.
With all due respect, Madam Commissioner, when it suits the Prime Minister's purpose to say that there are Conservatives on a list that he can discuss or he can't discuss, that's fine. But when I ask for confirmation if there are Liberal operatives that are on a list,
I said yes.
My friends, well, I'm asking you in particular on that list there.
But that is
on the warrant or on the Van Wienen list.
The Prime Minister has absolutely no engagement or authorities or involvement in the granting of CSIS warrants. That's a very different thing than concerns about parliamentarians who may have been exposed to foreign influence. And your attempts to conflate them are simply ineffective.
Well, you're attempting to evade the question. I just asked you if any of the names there were Liberal operatives, not whether you could or couldn't do anything about it. That's all I'm asking for confirmation of.
Well, I'm not sure what we're talking about. If we're talking about the warrant, anything that might be related to the warrant, then there's an objection to the question. If we're talking about some other list, then ask the question about the other list.
So it's about the warrant? The question
It's
you're
about
asking is about the warrant?
the target of the warrant or the people that are named in the Van Wienen list that accompany the warrant.
So the questions are noted. I have no choice, as you know, and we'll see whether the commission will pursue these questions or not.
Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister.
Thank you.
So we'll take the break. I think 15 minutes will be okay. So we'll come back at 3:15.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Commission is now in recess until 3:15. Cette séance de la Commission est maintenant suspendue jusqu'à 15h15. The hearing will begin shortly. La séance débutera sous peu. Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now back in session. Cette séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est de retour en session. The time is 3:16 p.m. Il est 15h16.
So next one is Ms. Teach for the Human Rights Coalition.
Good afternoon, Mr. Prime Minister. We heard earlier this month from Kaphana Nagendra, spokesperson of Tamil Rights Group, that it is imperative that Canada takes decisive actions to hold the Sri Lankan government accountable as a root cause of transnational repression. Specifically, Ms. Nagendra stated that the Sri Lankan government's ongoing interference in the lives of Tamil Canadians will only cease once they are held fully accountable, since as long as they continue to operate with impunity, feeling shielded from repercussions for their war crimes and human rights violations, they will persist in using intimidation tactics against Tamil activists in Canada. Do you agree with this view?
I'm sorry, I'd need to know more of the context. I certainly agree that like many diaspora communities, Tamil Canadians are exposed to actions by the government of Sri Lanka that we need to do everything we can to protect them from.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Prime Minister, under your leadership, there have been commendable efforts to resettle vulnerable populations in response to global conflicts. There's the Afghan Refugee Resettlement Initiative, there's another special stream for Ukrainians, and of course M62 passed recently, which creates one for Uyghurs. However, as far as I know, there has never been a special refugee stream created in response to a crisis in Africa. There's family reunification available now for refugees from Sudan, which of course is different from a special stream. Meanwhile, Tigrayans are in danger in the region, and there has been highly disturbing evidence of Eritrean forces in Tigray forcibly deporting Eritreans in Tigray back to Eritrea. Diaspora groups representing these communities have expressed concern that there has been no special stream created in response to these crises. Do you share these concerns?
I am, of course, very concerned with the situation in Sudan and in the region. Canada's response to various challenges around the world, beginning with the special stream, although we didn't call it that way, for Syrian refugees, has continued to happen on a case-by-case basis. They're all slightly different in terms of cases. What we have done in terms of the family reunification around Sudan is significant, and we're always looking for ways to do more.
Would you oppose the creation of special streams for Tigrayans and Eritreans to come to Canada?
That is not a proposal before Cabinet or before in discussions right now, but as we look at how Canada can best help in Africa and elsewhere, I'm sure there will be different things looked at.
Okay. Another recommendation that diaspora groups have repeatedly made is that Canada should avoid cooperating with authoritarian regimes on criminal matters. The rationale behind this suggestion is fairly simple. Because authoritarian regimes do not operate under the rule of law, Canada should not assist these regimes in removing individuals from Canada whom they accuse of committing crimes. Do you disagree?
Canada has a very strong policy around extraditions, around deportations, and we make evaluations on a country-by-country and indeed case-by-case basis.
There is at present a treaty between Canada and China on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters. Would you object to this treaty being terminated?
I think it is certainly a question that we have reflected on over the past years. With China, it is important to try and have a complete approach There are initiatives. An example of that is the Montreal Kunming Convention of the Parties 15 on biodiversity in Montreal a couple of years ago, where working with China on protecting biodiversity and nature actually resulted in a landmark agreement around the world of where China successfully brought in many countries of the global south to protect nature, that demonstrated there are areas in which we can work alongside China for the benefit of Canadians and others. There are other situations in which we're competing and challenging, competing with China on economics, whether it's the significant trade relations with China or economic opportunities that we are pursuing, but also very conscious of the risks on. But there are areas in which we are directly challenging China, whether it's on democracy in Hong Kong or the safety of the Uyghurs or many other issues. And as we move forward in this relationship where we are very clear-eyed about what China is, we make determinations about how to use various instruments at our disposal.
Sure, and I appreciate all of that, but I am asking specifically on cooperation in criminal matters. Would you agree that it isn't appropriate at this stage for Canada and China to be cooperating on criminal matters? I would contend that regardless of what an agreement might say, the actual cooperation right now is very carefully looked at if any of it exists at all. And that is always top of mind as we work together or as we look to whether or not we work together. We look at the whole context of it. All right. We have primarily dealt in these hearings with regimes considered to be the major players, China, Russia, Iran, India. But of course, there are smaller dictatorships in the world that collaborate with these bigger players. And I raised an example of this in my cross-examination of Mr. Shortliff vis-a-vis Cuban state broadcasters replaying Russia Today programming in Canada. And indeed, Cuban human rights activists have flagged that Canada must address Cuban collaboration with the likes of China and Russia in order to comprehensively address the threats posed by those countries. Would you disagree with that assertion?
I think how we deal with every and any country in the world needs to be very alert to the context, alert to the potential pitfalls or dangers, but also the potential benefits to Canadians, and having a nuanced foreign policy that recognizes both challenges and dangers and opportunities is the hard work that the government does on an ongoing basis.
I understand that the Canadian government engages in dialogue with Cuban government actors. Another point that Cuban human rights activists have repeatedly made is that the Canadian government should also be meeting with pro-democracy groups in Cuba. Would you agree with that?
I can say from personal experience that I know we do engage and have engaged with pro-democracy groups all around the world.
Does that include in Cuba?
I believe so, but I would have to know. I'm not apprised on it in its latest forms, whether that's ongoing right now or not.
Okay, and if Canada does not engage with pro-democracy groups in Cuba, would you agree that Canada should?
It is part of the responsibility of every Canadian mission overseas to engage with civil society organizations and various actors, not just governments of any given country. So I am actually quite certain that Canada does engage with a range of civil society actors in Cuba, like everywhere else.
Okay, and not to hammer the point, but just I want to make sure I get this right. If it is the case that the embassy does not, do you agree that it should?
I have just stated that I believe that it is important for every mission around the world to engage with civil society in the country in which it's in a way that is appropriate for that context.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Doody for the Ukrainian-Canadian Congress.
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. I'd like to talk about expelling diplomats from Canada. Last week, on October 8th, the director of MI5, Ken McCallum, gave a speech in which he stated that, quote, over 750 Russian diplomats have been expelled from Europe since Putin invaded Ukraine in 2022, the great majority of them spies. This goes well beyond all historical precedent and has put a big dent in Russian intelligence services' ability to cause damage in the West. With allies, we're keeping up that pressure, but not by denying diplomatic visa applications from Russian spies. It's not flashy, but it works. Kick them out, keep them out. Canada has not expelled a Russian diplomat since March of 2018, when 7 Russian diplomats were expelled in solidarity with the United Kingdom in response to a nerve agent attack. Today, Russia has 69 diplomats in Canada. By comparison, the UK has 53 and Germany has 50. Why does the Canadian government permit Russia, a hostile foreign state, to not only have diplomats in Canada, but such a large number of them, exceeding the number of some of our closest allies?
I don't have the numbers that you have, so I'm not going to repeat them. But I do know that a big part of diplomacy is ensuring that we both that we have an opportunity to talk with adversary countries at home, but that we also have presence on the ground in Moscow and in Russia writ large. I know for a fact that Canada's diplomatic presence in Russia is reaching a point at which, should it decrease much further, would be difficult to sustain at all. And I believe that there is value in continuing to have Canadians in Russia as it continues to be such a bad actor on the world stage.
With respect to that, Canada has currently 17 diplomats deployed in Russia. And so I understand the need to have some there, but 17 Canadian diplomats in Russia versus 69 Russian diplomats in Canada seems quite uneven. So ratio almost 4-1.
I'm not going to speak to the number of Russian diplomats in Canada unless you can show me documentation from the government that highlights that. I'm not saying you're automatically wrong. I'm just saying that I know that our clear opposition to the Putin regime is well established. Our support for Ukraine is well established. And quite frankly, counting diplomats is something that can be one measure of examining relations between a country, but is a fairly narrow view of whether or not Canada is standing up to Russia adequately or not.
Okay. But if Canada is in solidarity with Ukraine, why were no diplomats expelled from Canada after the invasion of Ukraine, but it was when there was a nerve agent attack in the UK?
As I specified, the small number of Canadian diplomats currently in Russia have reached something close to a threshold where if we go any or even much lower, we might not be able to have a diplomatic presence in Russia at all. And we feel that we can do more for Ukraine and for the rules-based order in the world by continuing to be present in Russia, as Canada always has, including through the Cold War.
Are you concerned with the message that the government's sending by this lack of action to the Ukrainian-Canadian community, that they may care about Russian actions in the UK, but an illegal invasion of their home country does not get the same response?
No, I think that's a ridiculous contention. I think we have demonstrated time and time again, including with billions of dollars and renewal of a free trade agreement with Ukraine, with very, very clear leadership on the world stage, both in military support and financial support, in driving Europe and others towards seizing the benefits of Russian assets in order to continue to fund the heroic resistance of Ukrainians against Ukraine. Canada is one of those countries that has been extremely fortunate to not have much in the way of political disagreements in our unequivocal stand with the Ukraine. The only exception, obviously, being when the Conservative Party refused to renew the Ukraine-Canada free trade deal. But it passed anyway in the House, and we continue to stand strong with Ukraine.
Much of the evidence we've heard during this inquiry is focused on the ability of the government to detect and deter foreign interference at a governmental level. But of course, foreign interference activities affect more than just parliamentarians, but also Canadian citizens, specifically those of diaspora communities. And we've heard from witnesses that it can be difficult for individual citizens to be able to counter foreign interference, especially being able to detect mis or disinformation. Aside from trusting the government is doing their best to protect Canadians, do you have any advice to Canadian citizens, specifically members of diaspora communities, on how they can best protect themselves from foreign interference?
I would actually contend that one of the most important responsibilities of the government in regards to foreign interference is to work with diaspora communities who are usually the first victims of foreign interference. We know that interference by countries around the world on Canadian diasporas is a real challenge, and that is why we have put in place many measures and will continue to work with various diaspora communities to counter that. That is something that we do in an ongoing fashion and will continue to do.
But again, it involves a relation between the government and Canadian citizens. There's not much citizens can do on their own to deter foreign interference within their communities.
No, that's simply not true. I could point out to the fact that the Iranian Canadian community is very active to threats that the Iranian regime poses on them, and I know the Ukrainian Canadian community is very active in pushing back against Russian false narratives, needing no help from the government on that, although we are certainly there to help. So I would actually disagree with your contentions and point out that there are many Canadian community groups and diaspora groups that are very active in an ongoing way in countering propaganda, misinformation, and disinformation.
And my last question, Prime Minister. Parliament adopted a motion on May 31st, 2023 to establish a public inquiry into foreign interference. And you, along with the rest of the Liberals, voted against it. And at that time, you raised concern that if it was to happen, much of it would have to happen behind closed doors. And so I'd like to know today, at the end of the inquiry, where we've heard a number of witnesses say that they can't answer questions because of national security concerns, and we know that a number of witnesses testified in camera with only summaries being disclosed publicly. Does the concern you had in May of 2023 still a concern you have today?
Well, I think you just sort of proved my point in your question, but what I will say is, in a very difficult context, the Commission has done outstanding work in navigating through some very, very delicate matters, knowing full well that it's not just Canadians watching, but our adversarial countries around the world are watching closely every document that is published here, every word uttered by everyone testifying before this commission, to try and find out where our strengths are, where their vulnerabilities are, what our tradecraft is, how they can further their goals of interfering in Canadian democracy. So I would say that has been top of mind for everyone involved in this commission all the way through, which is why we are careful about respecting national security. But at the same time, I think this exercise has demonstrated to Canadians how robust the measures this government has put forward on national security and to counter foreign interference are, and quite frankly, to go to the origins of the question of foreign interference, Canadians can take great comfort with confidence in the fact that the results of the 2019 and 2021 election were determined by Canadians themselves, that the election integrity held. And that was, as we'll remember, one of the core concerns about the question of foreign interference.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Sirois for the RCDA.
Bonjour, Monsieur le Premier ministre.
Good morning, Prime Minister. Or hello, Prime Minister. I would like to talk about Russian propaganda and the effect on the Canadian population. You talked about the hostile activities by foreign states have increased over the past few years, especially since the Russian invasion of Ukraine. I'd like to come back to the events at the beginning of that invasion. The invocation of the Emergency Measures Act was on February 14th. The Freedom Convoy began on February 23rd, and Russia crossed the Ukrainian border on the 24th of February, the day after that. Did I remember that correctly? Answer, yes. I don't have the dates in front of me. It seems possibly, yes, the 24th I know, but for the other dates, I believe you on your word. Thank you, I appreciate it. I'd like us to look at RCD 60. So it's an article published in the Journal of Intelligence, Conflict and Warfare, published February 16, 2023, by a researcher, Caroline Hoare, who specializes in disinformation. This research looked at the role of Russia in the Freedom Convoy, and especially an analysis of media activity related to the Freedom Convoy in 2022. It's a 22-page analysis, but I'd like to draw your attention to the conclusion of the study that we can see here, the final sentence.
Thank you. Based on these findings, it is reasonable to infer that there was Russian involvement in the 2022 truck convoy, though the scope and impact remains to be determined. Est-ce que vous croyez que la Russie a amplifié le convoi de la liberté?
Do you believe that Russia used the Freedom Convoy in 2022 to distract Canada and the world from its invasion of Ukraine? Answer, I certainly agree that Russia amplified the chaos and the disputes and conflict in Canada surrounding the convoy. They're very opportunistic in that sense, that they will amplify any disagreement or differences of opinion, especially in our democratic process and our democracy. But having seen these RT activities, including in the most recent information that we received about the Tenet Group, I would say that it would be hard to draw direct conclusions as to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and its activities in Canada, because the Russian activities, the propaganda and misinformation activities on the part of Russia have been fairly constant in our social media, in our Canadian democracy on the part of Russia. To say that one is directly linked to the other, I wouldn't feel comfortable to say that if I didn't have more concrete evidence to make that connection. So I'm not necessarily asking you to make that connection, but I appreciate your answer. Could we look at the messages that were transmitted or amplified in that respect? On page 7, there are some screenshots that were shown by the researcher. And could we zoom so that we can see the titles? I know there are quite a few of them there, but I'll read a few of them. In the middle, Canada's Freedom Convoy has perfectly exposed legacy media's conceited bias.
Trudeau is not up to the job, or MEP accuses Canada of human rights violation. Donc, le convoi de la liberté est terminé depuis longtemps, mais
the Freedom Convoy is over, but these messages are still being sent nowadays. Answer, yes. We have seen that anti-vax messages during the convoy and during the pandemic were amplified by Russian propaganda, especially in the media of the right, and it was continued by messages the people who were sharing anti-vax messages. It doesn't mean that there weren't people who were legitimately anti-vax, but that was hugely amplified by Russian propaganda. And once Ukraine was invaded, we saw a lot of those channels become pro-Putin propaganda channels. And as I said, we've recently seen that RT is currently funding bloggers and other YouTube personalities of the right, such as Jordan Peterson, other names that are well known, and Tucker Carlson as well, in order to amplify messages that are destabilizing democracies. Question, we can close that document. So now I wanted to talk about telemedia. So they have basically the same modus operandi, if we may say so. Answer, yes. I wanted to talk about the increase of populism of the right, especially recently. Do you think that these Russian operations can contribute to the increase in populism in Canada? Answer, well, listen, populism doesn't need Russia to be successful, but we can see that Russia is very active in its desire to undermine the confidence that citizens have in their democracies, and that around the world. What we saw with the Russian interference in the 2016 election, in the French elections in 2017, and in the Brexit campaign in the UK, Russia is very, very savvy as to how to amplify distrust or insatisfaction in our institutions within democracies in order to undermine the sentiment of belonging, of confidence, and even of competence of our democracies to respond to major issues. It's an approach that's not specific to various communities, such as in the interference by India, Iran, or China. We can see that there are links with the diaspora communities. Russia prefers to, or is better able at sending destabilizing message to the entire population rather than a diaspora community, and is using and instrumentalizing voices that attack our democracy and that decrease our confidence in institutions, so that people no longer believe in democracy or believe in it less so, and they do it in a very visible and obvious way. Question, I understand that populism doesn't need Russia to succeed, but I still would like to dwell on that factor because it is the objective of the Commission. Do you think that there are political parties or politicians that might be using these more polemic narratives to advance their own interests? Answer, one thing that we did see was that often the statements of some parties are more likely to be amplified by Russia. Some elements of disinformation that Russia might be presenting will also be amplified by some political actors. It's a phenomenon that several have noticed.
Cette relation-là, est-ce que ça peut influencer?
And might this have an impact on the priorities of some parties? If there's more dissatisfaction with regard to domestic issues like housing, inflation, etc., can that change the focus of certain parties, leading them to pay more attention to domestic issues than to, for example, foreign issues or help to Ukraine? Well, Russia is trying to demonstrate that democracies don't function. Therefore, if they can amplify statements along the lines that everything is broken, that's what they will do. We also have seen that the role of Russia with the Freedom Convoy, well, it's clear that they were following this closely. It took a researcher a year to find the truth, but the harm's already been done once the operations have taken place. What could we do more to discourage Russia from interfering in this way? It's a broader issue than simply Russian disinformation, misinformation. When we talk about propaganda, online disinformation, misinformation, we have tools we can use that we are developing with the web giants in order to prevent disinformation and misinformation. But each time we take such measures, we have to be very aware of the fact that we want to defend freedom of expression. If someone wants to support Vladimir Putin, it's a freedom that we enjoy here in Canada and that the Russians don't have at home. Therefore, we need to protect our freedoms. This is delicate and essential work for a democratic society. It's for society, not just the government. Yes, the government has a role to play, but citizens themselves can and must become more vigilant, more aware of Russian propaganda. We saw several reports in the U.S. where individuals discovered after the fact that Russian content was amplified by them without their even realizing it. And they were really disappointed in themselves because they didn't want to support Russia. So we have to share these realities more. We have to learn, as I mentioned earlier, the Baltic nations. We can draw lessons from them. They developed resilience within their citizenry vis-à-vis Russian disinformation, misinformation. They're close geographically, and they're constantly exposed to Russian misinformation, but we could all develop this in Canada. So to conclude, we have to take this very seriously. Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Afternoon, Prime Minister. Neil Chantler for the Chinese Canadian Concern Group. My clients are a group of Chinese Canadians, professionals, journalists, activists, who are deeply concerned about China's efforts to interfere with our democracy. In their daily lives, they see Chinese language media in Canada touting People's Republic of China party lines. They see Chinese Canadian community associations being overtaken by agents and proxies of the CCP. And they see CCP proxies attending political fundraisers of all parties, including of your own party. They see Chinese Canadians being threatened, intimidated, and coerced to return to China for speaking out against China's human rights abuses at home and abroad. Will you agree with me on the basic premise that hardening this country against foreign interference is critical to ensure the safety and security of Chinese Canadians?
As I've said before, particularly in case of Chinese Canadians, diaspora groups are usually the first victims of foreign interference, and we need to continue to do everything we can to keep Chinese Canadians safe and to keep them from the impacts of interference by the PRC.
And will you commit to ensuring that partisan politics will not get in the way of the government's efforts to respond to this problem?
I have endeavored every step of the way to minimize the impact of partisan politics when it comes to foreign interference. It is something that we have always taken seriously, something that we have not tried to politicize, something that can't always be said for other parties, but for us, it should be something that all Canadian parties can agree on, that protecting Canadians of all backgrounds here in Canada should be something we all work on.
In your testimony earlier today, you took us to a meeting with President Xi Jinping at which the issue of overseas police stations came up. Do you recall that evidence?
It was more on interference in general. I didn't mention overseas police stations, but I did talk about active foreign interference.
That was the G20 summit in Bali in November 2022, correct?
In Indonesia, yes.
And your evidence earlier today was that it wasn't a conversation that went very well. Is that right?
Half of it was on video. I think people saw that.
And that following the meeting, foreign interference in Canada continued, and in fact, it may have even increased.
I think we've seen a steady increase in foreign interference over the past years as China has grown more and more assertive and aggressive in promoting and defending the Communist Party of China's goals and agenda. This isn't how China has always been, even in a decade past. It has gotten much more aggressive over time, and Canada has continued to work with partners and allies around the world, but also has continued to strengthen its own abilities to counter a rising negative influence of China.
Did you advise President Xi that continued foreign interference in our country was totally unacceptable?
Yes.
And did you advise President Xi that there would be repercussions to the Canada-China relationship if that activity was to continue?
That was implied.
What was your sense of his reaction?
I think it's well understood that he and the PRC officials and the Communist Party of China deny that any such interference is happening at all.
The CCP has already shown that they are willing to flaunt our laws, to flaunt Canadian sovereignty. We see that in the actions that they've taken here, especially with respect to these overseas police stations, perhaps. Does diplomacy with the Communist Party of China have a meaningful role to play at this point in time in deterring and countering foreign interference by that government?
Yes. Diplomacy always has a role to play. As has been pointed out a number of times, we have diplomats not so we can talk to our friends, but so we can talk to our adversaries.
And to stay on the subject of these overseas police stations, you're well aware that this inquiry has been tasked with investigating Canada's capacity to detect and deter and counter foreign interference. And with respect to those stations, I suggest that it appears we were not able to detect them. They were detected by a foreign NGO. At this time, we've made no arrests, and we've expelled no diplomats as a consequence of those operations in this country, doing nothing, and I suggest, to deter those threats. And we may not have effectively countered these threats as those operations may still be continuing in this country. Do you agree that the example of the overseas police stations serves to highlight various weaknesses in our system, in our limits to intelligence, our inadequate criminal laws, some of which, with the passage of Bill C-70, may have been rectified, but the need to enhance trust among the diaspora, the intelligence to evidence problem, and simply the futility of diplomacy with China? This example highlights all of those weaknesses.
I would contend that the example of Chinese police stations highlights most the aggressive nature of China and how it is increasing its tools for repression of its nationals or its people who are originally from China everywhere around the world. It is something that we have been pushing back on significantly. We'll continue to use all tools, whether it's legal or diplomatic or intelligence, and we will continue to seek to protect Canadians and ensure that they are not being impacted as much as possible by hostile state actors.
And do you agree that if operations like that are continuing in this country, that Canadians who are at risk, members of the Chinese Canadian population, ought to be informed of that risk?
I think part of this commission and part of the work that Canada is doing is about highlighting the reality of foreign interference, while at the same time we continue to take action against various nexuses and vectors for foreign interference.
Have you or has your office at any time weighed in with the Minister of Public Safety on Canada's response to policing those overseas police stations?
Yes.
And what has your, and how so? Please explain.
Well, when the first reports came out, we turned to the Minister of Public Safety and his team and said, you need to follow up on this and make sure that we're dealing with this appropriately.
And are you concerned that there have not been any arrests or charges in respect to this?
There have been many follow-ups, and I know that work is continuing to be ongoing.
Are you concerned that those operations may still be continuing in this country?
Chinese attempts at interference continue in this country, so we are going to continue to try and prevent them.
Prime Minister, I'm going to shift gears and ask you about something else. This public inquiry will undoubtedly make a valuable contribution to our country's efforts to combat foreign interference, and it's brought sharply into focus the many significant steps that have already been taken to combat foreign interference. With respect to many of those steps, we've heard that they happened as a reaction to what you referred to earlier as the criminal leaks. They led to unprecedented briefings by CSIS with parliamentarians, and the criminal leaks at least contributed to the expulsion of Zhao Wei. And while those leaks undoubtedly, without question, put our intelligence agents and sources and national reputation at grave risk of harm, there is a sense that we might not be here in this room had they not occurred. They galvanized the public around issues of foreign interference, and they led to the appointment of the special rapporteur and ultimately perhaps this inquiry. Do you agree with that assertion? And as a two-part question, how can we ensure that future governments and security agencies work together in an effective, measured, and proactive way on the ever-changing nature of foreign interference so that that type of situation doesn't occur again?
I actually deeply disagree with your original contention that it was the leaks that spurred this government into action on foreign interference. Like I said, we started engaging with the issue of foreign interference back in 2016 while we watched the American presidential election. We created the rapid response mechanism in the lead up to the 2018 G7 that we hosted here in Canada in Charlevoix. We then moved forward on an MC focused on protecting democracy, particularly from foreign interference, where we established a site task force and a panel of 5 and various other mechanisms to assure the integrity of our elections. We moved forward on the creation not just of NSICOP, the National Security and Intelligence Committee of Parliamentarians, but of NSIRA, the National Security and Intelligence Review Agency. We then moved forward on a number of MCs, including the hostile actions by state actors MC that directly resulted in C-20. And I will point out that the work on C-20 started long before there were any leaks. So certainly, I will agree that the sensational nature of those criminal leaks piqued the curiosity and attention and concerns of Canadians around the issue of foreign interference. But it was very much something with which this government had already been elbows deep in dealing with and has continued to.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Madam Commissioner.
Thank you. Attorney General?
Good afternoon, Prime Minister. I have a few areas to cover. First of all, I'd like to clarify what role you play, if any, in the CSIS warrant application process. First, as CSIS is preparing to apply for a warrant, would you ever be briefed?
No.
Have you ever seen a CSIS warrant application?
No.
And a Van Wienen list, we've heard, can be a part of a CSIS warrant application. So I think you've answered my question, but I'll make extra certain. Have you ever seen a Van Wienen list?
I have not. I don't really even know what a Van Wienen list is, as like most people in this country. The Prime Minister doesn't have any role in the issuance or processes around granting a CSIS warrant. That is something that we are completely out of. It is entirely the purview of the Minister of Public Safety.
I think you've probably also implicitly answered my next question, which is, do you have any information about who might be on any Van Wienen list in a CSIS warrant?
Absolutely not.
The next area is to clarify who has the authority over certain actions that CSIS may take. First, my friend Mr. DeLuca suggested that you, the Prime Minister, could direct CSIS to carry out a threat reduction measure. Is that correct, that you have the authority to direct CSIS to carry out a TRM? And if not, what role do you play?
No, CSIS, no, I do not have that role or authority. CSIS makes a determination of itself and can and does regularly grant TRMs on its own initiative and of its own initiative. There have been situations where, in conversation with our National Security and Intelligence Advisor or perhaps the CSIS Director, I've suggested that a TRM might be a useful tool to pursue in this particular case. But that is not my authority to grant. It is direction that they can choose or not choose to take. But it is a tool that has proven useful in alerting people to the impacts and dangers of foreign interference, and I encourage its use wherever necessary.
Now I want to ask about a slightly different CSIS action, which is the action of providing a top secret briefing to a political party leader. I understand historically that wasn't something that could happen, but the decision by the government to offer the leaders top secret briefings, to make that something that was available for them, I believe you said that that was something that you played a more direct decisional role in. So can you contrast that authority from the TRM authority that you just said belonged to CSIS?
Yeah, you know, whether it's non-secure, unclassified briefings to parliamentarians, or defensive briefings, or TRMs, threat reduction measures. These are all things that CSIS has all the authorities necessary to choose to do when they feel it's warranted as their course of operations and behaviors, and how they fulfill their responsibilities around keeping Canadians safe. The decision to grant clearances to the leaders of political parties is a decision that needs to be made by government itself, and that, in this case, by my government, by me to a certain extent. It is not something that happened often, if ever, in the past, and one can imagine certain governments not wanting to do it at all for opposition leaders or others. But given the serious matter of foreign interference and the impact and the anxiety, rightfully, that Canadians feel about the actions of hostile state actors in Canada, it seemed to me a responsible step to offer security clearances to the leaders of the parties in the House of Commons.
Thank you. So, Prime Minister, this public inquiry's happened, at least in part, because there are questions about whether Canadians can and should have confidence in important things like their elections, the parliamentarians who represent them, and the resolve and ability of their government to defend against this threat of foreign interference in democratic processes. From your perspective, from your experience, can and should Canadians have confidence in their elections, their parliamentarians, and their government's resolve? And if so, why?
Well, first of all, in the matter of the integrity of the elections in 2019 and 2021, we actually created for the first time in this country processes whereby top public servants and our security agencies would monitor and, if necessary, go public about threats to the election's integrity as a way of ensuring that the election integrity holds. And that is why we have heard repeatedly throughout this process and over the past years testimony from all top intelligence officials in this country that the results of the 2019 and 2021 elections were determined by Canadians alone. That is a big thing for Canadians to feel confident in, that despite attempts at interference by foreign countries, Canadians decided the outcomes of those elections. Now, what this commission has I think further demonstrated is the depth and the extent to which this government has taken seriously the responsibility of protecting our institutions, our democracy, and indeed Canadians from the actions of hostile state actors from the countries that have been named a number of times throughout this process and others. I think Canadians can see the extent to which we have developed tools, we have created measures, we have moved forward on initiatives that are all designed to protect our democracy in a world in which the threats are increasing, in which the impact of active authoritarian states is being increasingly felt, in which democracy itself everywhere around the world is under threat. I think part of what this commission has also demonstrated is that for everything that the federal government can do, it is not alone in its responsibility to counter and protect against foreign interference. As I mentioned earlier with the UCC, diaspora communities have been stepping up their tools in terms of sharing with their members how to protect themselves against foreign interference. Universities and businesses are working on that, and indeed political parties, many of them have decided to get their leaders briefed up so they can avail themselves of top secret information or secret information to ensure that they can look Canadians in the eye and say the integrity of our political party processes holds. It is an ongoing effort, and it'll never be enough. It is something we're constantly going to have to update, renew, bring on new tools on, because the world we are in is a complex and dangerous one. But our ability to be thoughtful, reasonable, and responsible in developing those tools to both protect our democracy and uphold the freedoms and principles that make our democracy strong is something this government works on and continues to focus on every single day.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Madam Commissioner, those are my questions.
Thank you. Maître Chaudry, any question in your examination?
Non, merci, Madame.
Non. Alors, Monsieur le Premier ministre, merci beaucoup. Je pense que...
So, thank you very much, Prime Minister. I think it was your final appearance before the Commission. Thank you for the time you have given it.
I would like councils to stay in the room. I have a few words to share with you.
Si je peux aussi vous remercier pour le travail.
I also would like to thank you for the work you're doing and thank everyone who's working at this commission. We sometimes had to do a lot of work in a very short time, and you've had to do a lot of work and examine a lot of material and very sensitive material, which repercussions for national security. And I think that all Canadians were very well served by your leadership, Madam Commissioner. Thank you.
Order, please. Alors, s'il vous plaît. The sitting of the commission is now in recess until 4:20. Cette séance de la commission est maintenant suspendue jusqu'à 16h20.
So already I've been a small understanding. I was suspending just for a few minutes, just to tell you, first of all, subject to the Commission's Council following up on some of the questions that have been objected to by the Attorney General. It was the last testimony for the factual phase of the of our work. And although I believe that you will all be with us next week, I didn't want to take any risk, and I wanted to thank you all right now for all the work. And I think you have done quite a lot of work in very, very sometimes difficult circumstances. So I really, really appreciate the collaboration the Commission received from all of you. And although I expect you will be with us next week, it was important for me to tell you that as of today. Next week, we will be devoted the entire week to the policy phase of the Commission's work. And we will have 7, I'm counting. As you have learned, I'm not good in counting. I think there's going to be, yes, there will be 7 roundtables. There will be roughly a bit more than 35 experts. Various topics will be discussed. And as you know, you're all invited to participate, to suggest questions and, you know, the way it will work. But I really expect that you will all participate. It will be very interesting, maybe challenging, but, you know, we are quite numerous. So I imagine at the end we will be able to produce good recommendations. So thank you all.
Order, please. À l'ordre, s'il vous plaît. This last sitting of the Foreign Interference Commission is now adjourned. Cette dernière séance de la Commission sur l'ingérence étrangère est maintenant suspendue.